Hello there. How's it going? Nice. Yeah, I guess I better spend my stamina first.
進みましょう。心地いい風。世に任せよ。私らに挑もうなんて見る目がねえな。
Yeah. So it's hard to say if they actually did it themselves or if it was
虹に身を寄せ。
something like they could have fixed it possibly,
天
or
の
it
な
could
る
have just been
光よ。
something like just I needed to restart.
さあ天正色。無に帰れ。世の光にひれ伏せ。
任せてください。よっと気をつけましょうね。
祈りですか？忘れないで、ゆっくり待てば敵はおのずと現れる。
It's doing well. So basically, after you left, I managed to finish the 1.3 story. So and max this out to 100%. So I did all the oh yeah, that's where I currently am. So I did all the Resonance Beacons area quests. Well, I had already done the technical trials, and then all the supply chests I think are just from the 120 enemies within that area that have 3 chests locked behind them. So I think maybe that's the last 10%. So I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Because I'll wait till I'm max level first. I need to beat my head against a wall for something super challenging.
祈りですか？
Okay, to spend my stamina, I should spend it on. I guess I'm getting their shit. So I could spend it on our ascension materials, or I could wait until I level up.
みんな忘れない
Just
祈り
focus
で
on
すか？
her and get her these little bonuses. Which are probably more useful, because she's going to be my main DPS, so even once I ascend to the next level. Yeah, that was like that was like literally the last thing I did before I stopped playing like 6 months ago. Is that when Chang-Li's banner came out, I pulled on her and then I stopped playing. So once I got her, I stopped. I haven't fully ascended her, but I've already built her up. And the problem with Chang-Li I found is that I got her and her weapon, but like she is so in desperate need of crit rate. Like she needs crit rate on literally pretty much every single one of her echoes, which makes her really tough to work around. Like Yenlin and Jinshi both had crit rate weapons, so I didn't have to worry about that. And I never realized how important that was, that having a crit rate, or actually, I guess they have crit damage things. Yeah, Jinshi's pretty easy. Changli didn't seem too hard when I was in the trials, but it definitely is definitely a very different play style. But she was really hot, so I wanted her. But yeah, like so I have crit rate on my rider, and luckily I had to roll a few echoes a few times. Like my previous fusion fire set echoes were shit, and this finally rolled a crit rate. I'm like, oh thank God. And I had this one with had crit rate, crit damage right from the start, so like he was already great. But like this one, I've re-rolled a few one cost fire echoes with attack. This one I need to re-roll. It's a shame because crit damage roll is really good, but like I just need crit rate in everything. And ideally I'd want this with crit rate, but like this is a pretty good energy recharge, crit damage, attack percent. But like yeah, so I need crit rate on this and I need crit rate on this, and then I can because the crit rate's all even with that, even with crit rate on three, even with crit rate on this dude and crit rate on two other echoes, I'm still less than 50% crit rate. So I need like another two of them to have crit rate, and that will bump it up above 50%. And then with her passives, I'll get another additional 5%. But it's just like it's rough because it's so RNG, and finding and getting the echoes is a pain. I mean, the 1-star ones aren't super bad because you can just like farm them infinitely because they just keep respawning. It was the onset fusion damage on a fusion set is like rough because it's just such a pain in the butt to do. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. But I was gonna do. But she's gonna be my main DPS after, even after I ascend to the next tier. So I should get her at least maxed out, so I can at least do the fights easier once they're stronger. No, you can't do that for her. Like, as you saw, Changli, for these guys, yeah. For these guys, I have them with crit damage because they have crit rate weapons. So they can just use the crit rate on their substats for their echoes and their crit rate weapon to essentially bring them up to above 50%. And then she has has an even more power. Her crit rate is even higher, or her crit rate weapon is even better than this one. This is a higher base attack. This is a lower base attack, but higher crit rate. And so these two are able to handle crit damage weapons because they could use crit rate substats to boost it. She got super lucky. She had a bunch of crit rate rolls, so she has 30% crit rate from her substats combined with her 30% crit rate of her weapon. That's why she has 70% crit rate. But Changli has a crit damage weapon, which means she needs a fuckload of crit rate because she doesn't have that. Because essentially, the 4-cost echo needs to be crit rate because the other two's weapons essentially act as their 4-cost echo. So she needs crit rate echo to make up for the fact she has no crit rate weapon. So, and not only does she need crit rate echo, but she also needs good substats on crit rate. Like, realistically, the other two also need crit rate on their substats for echo substats, but like, the fact that they have their weapon means they don't need it as much. Like, she has a 36%. Well, I mean, 36 with 22% of that is the dude. But like, she has 30%, she has 21%, but 21% from echo substats. Like, so that's only 3 substat rolls on her 5 echoes for crit rate, but she's still able to get to 51% because of this weapon. So yeah, so Changli needs crit rate to get that balance, and crit rate 4-cost as well as a bunch of substat. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is I'm pretty unlucky for her with her rolls. Like, I mean, Yinlin has the best substat rolls I have. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, 9.3, pretty good. But yeah, it's the fact that 4 of her 5 um, echoes have crit rate. It means that she gets to 30% overall. Whereas her, she probably only has 2. Or wait, so 1, 2. So she has 3 rolls. Yeah, and that's what is really rough about Cheng Li is the one of the echoes I have to replace. So either I have to get this guy, I have to get a 4 cost with crit rate on it instead. Like so, basically, this guy needs to roll crit rate at the last because he has one more roll he can do, and so does this one. But this one has a 21% crit damage. God damn, that's a high roll. So it's like shit. I really, really, really want to keep this guy, but if he doesn't roll crit rate, I'm fucked. And so either this guy has to roll crit rate, and this guy's already fully rolled, so it's like shit. So I either have to farm this guy some more, which I do anyway. I have to farm for Cheng Li to ascend her with this guy. So it's possible in my future rolls I'll get another crit rate one, and I can try rolling on him and hope that he rolls crit rate, so I can just get crit rate on him and a crit rate attack percent one on this, and then I can leave this guy alone and keep that 21%. But that's assuming I find one that's good on him and this one. I mean, and there's also the very very lucky possibility I could get crit rate as the last roll because like this guy, was super lucky to get crit rate, but he even only rolled crit rate on that very last roll. So it's like, but thank God he did. So I was like, oh, phew. I used one of my Echo selectors to get a fusion on Fire Set Echo, and I was lucky enough that it rolled crit rate on it. But I'm out of Echo leveling up materials because that's the roughest part for these. It's really sucky because you get all the. Yeah, you get all the. Well, I mean, he had flat attack. He could have done better, but that's a really good crit damage. But you could get. I think it's really tough to get experience for these guys. Like, I don't like the fact that to get experience, you have to do those tacit fields. And the problem with the tacit fields is they're kind of annoying to do. They're kind of annoying to do because you have to fight multiple waves of these guys that are all in random locations, and you can't do anything with a 5. You can't do anything with the raw echo. A +0 echo is useless essentially. Like there's no point to it at all. Like you can't scrap a +0 echo for any sort of experience, and like that's why Genshin is a little better, because Genshin. Well, I mean, it's better and worse, right? So it does give you experience, just flat out. It just gives you those little experience tubes, which Genshin does not. But Genshin makes the +0 artifacts worth experience, so you can scrap them. Whereas in this game, those +0 echoes, the only use for them is to just throw them into the recycler and try again. Which is like, okay, but like if I have all the echoes I want, like if my Changli, yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. That's all you can do with them. You can't turn them experience. You can only turn them into a new echo, and I don't need a new echo. Like Changli has, like in theory, all the echoes I need. If those two roll crit rate when they get to +25, I don't need a new echo. Now, if they don't, then yes, I do. But that's the tough thing. It's like if I have echoes, if I have all the echoes I need, I don't really need to roll for them, which is kind of like the thing. It's like I wish there was a way to just turn them into turn the +0s into experience, but all it does is just let you. Oops, I don't want to match. All it lets you do is to exchange them for other echoes. It's like no, I'm in far more desperate need for echo experience than actual new echoes. But sometimes I am like I'll.
いでよ流天の先へ
Well, that's the thing. Is uh, most events did provide an echo experience, so it's like, okay, I get it, right? Like if I had been logging in every day, if I had been like doing all the events, sure, I'd be getting a stockpile, and eventually, like once I have all the echoes, like once I'm like, cool, all my guys are built, I don't need them. Then all of that stuff could be saved for future echoes. But it's tougher to coming back because even back then it was kind of rough because like there were a few times where I had to just like go to the echo fields just to get echo experience, just for the echo experience tubes, and I'm like, uh, and I mean at least Changli does get crit rate for that final tier, so I know I do get another fit 5%. So even if I get really unlucky and only get one crit rate roll, with the 5% bonus I get from her passives, it would at least get to. I mean, actually, even one crit rate roll would pretty much get me to 50%. But yeah, it's tough. I kind of wish there was a way to just scrap the plus zeros. That like the elemental bonus echo, the elemental bonus 3 cost echoes on the wrong set, like they're trash. Like it's easy trash that I can just throw into the mixer. But it'd be cool if I could just turn that into experience as well. And at the currently it's you can only turn echoes into experience if you put experience into them. So I kind of wish they just had a base level of experience. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like a plus zero echo was worth at least like 1 gold tube. If a 5-star plus zero echo was worth 1 gold tube, that'd be fine. And then that's like the base value of them. Then you could scrap them for experience. At least having that choice is what I prefer. Well, I'm converting. I'm synthesizing them. So I need the gold ones to get Jinshi's. I need these gold ones. And then what I like to do is I like to keep like 90 of these. Wait, what? I don't know. I like to keep 90 of these. So essentially, I want to get enough of these, so I have 90 of them, and then any above 90, I transfer to the next tier. So this one I have like, yeah, I have 90. I have 90 greens, 90 blues. Any extra blues I have go to purple. Once the purple gets to 90, I'll move up. Obviously, if I ever desperately need them, I'll transfer because I obviously will need some of those gold rings to do other shit. But up until that point, I'll just that's kind of how I do it. It's how I do it in Genshin too. Yeah, I mean, if I was playing the game more, because like they do give it to you for doing like material farming. So like as leveling, if I had been playing the game for the last 6 months, I would have just accumulated a shitload more of these too.
祈りですか？
Okay, there we go, 57%. Obviously, it could be better. Like, I wish I had. I mean, I could re-roll on some of these. Like, obviously, not all of these are great. Like this guy I just re-rolled for. I used to have this one equipped, which had crit damage and crit rate on all the other subsets were complete trash. So this is a little better because I get attack percent, resistance, skill damage, energy regen. Yeah, and this one like spectral damage and crit rate. Nice. Oh yeah, I don't even have spectral damage for this. I want attack percent, but this has attack percent. It says it's attack percent, but crit damage and crit rate. Holy crap, that's useful. That's good. So this has crit rate too. So realistically, this one could be replaced with and look for one with crit rate. But like 3 crit rate rolls on out of 5 is pretty good. This is the only one, and it's like kind of the point where like experience is so limited that I don't want to like continuously re-roll for all this shit to do all that crap. And this 57% is fine. I kind of wish it was 60, but I kind of wish it was also. I mean, I kind of wish it was 60, but she'll also get some crit rate bonuses once this ascends to level 90. Yeah, I know. But like the fact that it has both is really lucky, even if the rolls themselves are kind of crap. Yeah, getting both is tough, and like resonance liberation damage is good too because hers is really strong. So like crit rate and crit damage and resonance liberation damage is. I could look for a spectre damage one. Probably have a spectre damage on set. Oh yeah, and the other. Oh yeah, so I have one here. Yeah, I could replace it with this if this rolls well. But like getting getting crit rate and crit damage on it is gonna be tough. And it's like, and that's serviceable. Like I'm not gonna waste my time and waste my experience. Like I could use that experience to make other. Like Chang Li needs it far more. Chang Li needs the crit rate rolls far more because she doesn't even have 57% crit rate. She doesn't even have 50% crit rate. So it's like she needs it. So,
みんなと一緒にいたい。
and my
こ
rover's
れか
doing
らも
relatively well. My rover has some like real shit rolls too. Like look at that. That is absolute trash. This is pretty trash too. Although crit damage is cool, but like everything else is trash.
忘れん
祈りですか？
It's not amazing. Essentially, it's a 50. It's 57% crit rate with 100% crit damage that I rolled, but you get a bonus. You have a static 150 to start. So I only rolled like 90% crit damage. It's not amazing, but it's fine. She has about 50%. That's good. Ideally, I kind of want 60%. I mean,
忘れ
realistically,
な
I
い
kind
で
of want
ゆっくり
70%.
待てば
70% would be a
敵はお祈り
good
ですか？
a good rate, but whatever. That's super end game. Like once I've like done everything, leveled all my characters, gotten to the final tier, finished Rinascita, and I have nothing else to do, and like I've ascended all the characters and maxed them out. Yeah, sure, I might start running tacit fields to farm experience. Yeah, it's serviceable. Wait, I'm gonna do this one first before Rinascita. Because I naturally walked into it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Which of the standard banner ones did you get? Because like Verena is still pretty good. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think mine. I
祈
think
り
I
です
have a
か？
constellation on
新
her.
発見があるといいですね。
Maybe two? Oh yeah, I have two. Nice. I think when they gave us a selector, I already had Verena at that time, so I just chose her again for the constellation.
心地いい風。
Yeah, I think Kalchara was the one I got first. I think he was the one I lost. Actually, no. Maybe I used my selector on him because I needed more DPS. Oh no! She was the first one I got. She was the one I won. She was the guaranteed one. The one the beginner banner where you're guaranteed a 5-star. She was the first one I got.
来たか、花持ち。相変わらず元気そうで何よりだ。あなたがブラックショアに来てから本当に色々なことがあった。まさかショアキーパーまで表舞台に出てくる。
Oh, nice.
おっと、挨拶はここまでにしよう。状況を伝える。エラー収容所の役割は監獄。異常生ず。実はそこからそいつは拘束を無効化させネクロスター付近だが、ショアキーパーは現在だからあなたに白羽の矢が立った。あなたの実力は誰にも疑いようが、もちろん花持ちにこの囚人は姿を消しているが、残されたデータの痕跡。
何か聞こえた。
どうかしたか。データの痕跡を調査した結果、数年前にある協力者がデータにアクセスしていたことが判明した。
That's always kind of rough. That's why, I'm always kind of worried. Like, if I do a selector, I do a selector, get the character, and then it's like, oh, whoops, they're the one I get on pity next. It's like, ah, damn it.
まずは彼女に話を聞いてみてくれ。最近まで出張で留守にしていたのだが、今はブラックショアに戻っているはずだ。
Nice, yeah. Because even if Shorekeeper is better, I mean, it's good to have at least two healers. But also having backups and having more options is always good.
わかった。進捗があれば知らせるよ。
ありがとう。
I mean, losing 50-50 obviously sucks, but I mean, those aren't the worst ones. I mean, getting extra Varinas is definitely good. Falchero, I don't know, like he's obviously kind of fallen off. Like people were definitely using him and liking him at 1.0 because like that's the amount of DPS we had was relatively limited. And like actually, I mean, I played him too. Like obviously he's level 70 for me, so I definitely did use him. Although his DPS is absolute shit. I don't know why. Oh, because I gave him a shit weapon. I think the weapon he had. Yeah, yeah. I used her a lot in the beginning, and she's actually. I used her. I really liked her. Like for the grouping was super useful. Her skill grouping was really nice, and I liked her burst. But then I got and I was using Spectro Rover, but then I got then we unlocked Hazard Rover, and I really like Havoc Rover. I really like Havoc Rover. So I was basically using Havoc Rover, Farina, and I think Talcharo. And then Yinlin came out, and so I was like, okay, well it's Havoc, Yinlin, Farina then. And then Jinshi came out. I'm like, okay, well Jinshi's even stronger, so then it's this team with Havoc as my backup. And then I got Changli, and then I stopped playing the game. Oh, but this is one thing I do like that Genshin has. Yeah, I mean he's not super hard to play. It's like it's alternating between just like skill and normal attack. I think that was his whole thing. It was like, oh, you do like skill basic, skill basic, skill basic, or something like that. Or so he was like relatively fine. Uh, you get in the groove, I think. I mean, or either that or I just play like shit, and I've never played him well. I didn't think he was super bad. Um, but I guess he was one of those ones that had like a specific like. Oh yeah, I mean, well, I guess compared to the other ones, yeah, sure. Like Havoc Rover is super easy to play. Even Spectral Rover is super easy to play. Um, the rotation for him was definitely more complicated because it was like, yeah, so you had those, but then once you go skill mode, you had the 3 skills. So it's like, yeah, it's your basic attacks, and then you do like skill, 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 and then you go into this mode, and then it's like, then you have to do a lot more basics, I think. Or does this reset? Uh, oh yeah, that was it. Is you do through 5 basics and then you get your heavy. So it's like 5 basics, heavy, skill, 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 and then this gets you more stuff. But yeah, I mean it wasn't. Yeah, it's been a long time since I played him. Because like yeah, Jinshi by comparison is easy. You just do your basics until you can do your skill. Yeah, and the only reason you do your basics is so you can get your heavy attack. And then when you're in burst mode, you get a bunch of heavies. Whereas Jinchi, yeah, is super easy. It's basic, basic, basic. Do your until you can do your skill. Until your skill lights up, then more basics until your skill lights up again, and then do it again. And then Havoc was pretty easy because it's just like a bunch of basics. Yeah, and that was the tough thing. I mean, it's the same, and I guess that's why Jinxi's a little better. Is that while she's in her mode, she is essentially immune and moving around a lot, so she doesn't take much damage. And when she does take damage, she still can sometimes do her attacks. Now, sometimes she can still get smacked out of the sky, but she is a little more resistant. Yeah, and the slow animations I think are really rough. Is that it's easy to interrupt him, which obviously interrupts your flow and lowers your DPS, and then the fact that things are slow in a game where you have to be able to dodge on a dime is rough. So essentially, it's too punishing for when you have to dodge, and it's harder to dodge because of his animations as well. Whereas Jinshi, supposedly, you can dodge in the middle of her combo, and she'll continue her combo without. Although I don't know, like I've dodged, and I still have to do like four. It's like, oh, I mean, I've done two basics, and I just need two more to unlock the skill. But like I get interrupted, and I still have to do like the full rotation before I can do my skill. So it's like, I don't know. It seems like dodging interrupts her thing, but it's not as bad. I mean, the short duration is fine as long as you're able to like get the same amount of damage as other characters within that duration. But yeah.
はじめまして。あなたが花持ちですよね。ベアドレッドから話は聞きました。なぜあの製図にアクセスしたのかというと、私、野外でこの私が見つけた時には修復も試みましたが、
ブラックショアの指導者が直々に。ということは、私がこの共鳴者をブラックショアに
残っている記録は以上です。あの時、私はブラックショアに参加したばかりだったのですが、その指導者にごく一部の花持ちしか会ったことのないし、でも指導者の情報がないと分かった以上、私はこの共鳴者の情報を追うほかありません。あの製造を調べたのもこのでも情報の一部は何者かに削除され、他は私の権限ではアクセスできず、有益な情報は手に入れられませんでした。
Yeah. The tough wind up. Yeah, it just makes it incredibly punishing if you do get interrupted, because the wind up for it is just so long.
そうです。この共鳴者はブラックショアの死ですが、残念。
行方不明。
そうとも限りません。私はガイムホールにはブラック
心地いい風。
花持さん、ガイムホールに何かご用ですか？え？花娘関連のものなら。
その花持ちが誰かわかる？
私だよーこれが欲しかったら私に追いついてみて。
地面に何かあるようだ。調べてみよう。また椿の花。本当にこういうのが好きなんだね。椿の目的が何であれ、まずは追いかけよう。
やっぱ早いね。私の予想通り。
But yeah, when I was using Kalchara, it was when I was using Spectra Rover, because I was like, I really liked her burst or her ultimate or Resonance Liberation. 'Cause I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then so I wasn't using Havoc Rover right away, and then I tried using it. I was like, oh well, yeah, and that was the other thing too, is that the Spectra Rover had more constellations on her. So I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll just keep using it. And I think, oh yeah, because it also healed as well a little bit. So I was like, oh, that's nice. And then I swapped to Havoc once I got a few more constellations in 1.1. And I was like, wow, she's really good. I really, really like this. It's a fun playstyle. It looks really cool. The one wing is really cool looking. And so basically, once I started using Havoc Rover, I was like, oh, well, then I don't, like, I'll just use that instead of Kalcharo, because, yeah, Kalcharo was a little more finicky to use.
私を尾行してそうだけど、気まぐれであなたについていったら、もし実際に私のブレスレットを見つけちゃったしね。
ということは、あなたが花娘。
Yeah, and that's actually one thing I don't like about this game is that, like, it seems like the strongest rotations, like, from when I'm, like, watching build guides and stuff, when people talking about, like, oh, here's this new character coming up, here's how they do their shit. I saw so many characters where it's like, oh, you do animation canceling for this, or you do, animation, or, like, via character swaps. So it's like, oh, okay, so you do this attack, then you swap, then you have them do this, then you swap back and continue. I really don't like that. I don't like that gimmicky thing. Like, I don't know if you ever played Klee or Hu Tao in Genshin, but both of them have people using animation canceling to essentially like, Klee needs animation canceling to stop her from Klee need, like, people are, oh yeah, that was it. People are using jumps for, I think, both Hu Tao and Klee to animation cancel their shit to make them like the most efficient, as it were, and I just don't like that. I don't like the concept of doing that. I don't think characters should be designed in a way that, like, that's where animation canceling is, like, the best way to get around something. Like, it feels really weird to do, like, to have to jump, like, oh yeah, then do this, then jump. Yeah, and, like, I just hate that as a concept. Like, sure, it adds, makes it more, like, it makes the more skilled players able to eke out a little more damage, but, like, yeah, and it's doing that just feels like crap, because it's like you feel like you're doing less damage if you're not doing it, but doing it feels like crap to do, and it just looks dumb. I don't like doing it, and so I don't do it, and I'm fine, like, not doing less damage. I just don't like the. It just reeks of bad design, because it's like they shouldn't have designed a character where that feels like the best option to do. But luckily, there's not that many characters that actually have that. It was just mostly Klee and Hu Tao that had that really kind of as an option. But, like, that's very common in this game, where there's, like, a lot of characters where they're just like, okay, after this attack, like, you have to jump cancel or swap cancel to get around their attacks, because they're like, oh yeah, when Jinchi's doing this attack, if you swap at this point, she'll still continue doing it, so that you can, like, get off a few attacks with another character before swapping back to her and continuing. And it's just like, oh, like, that just sucks. Like, it just, sure, it's a skill thing, but, like, knowing which ones you have to do, like, having to manage that on top of also being able to, and on top of also paying attention to the bosses to make sure you're able to dodge at a moment's notice and not get hit by stuff. I just don't like that. But for this game, it makes a little more sense, because this is a game that has a higher skill requirement. So having these additional methods of optimizing the rotation, I guess, is fine, because it's kind of in line with the design of the game overall. Whereas Genshin, it's not really, like, Genshin's not really about that kind of skill. So having it is just more indicative of bad design. I still think it's indicative of bad design in this game too. Yeah, and there's a lot of like that tiger thing, that, like, big tiger thing that I was fighting yesterday. That's, like, it jumps around super quickly. It's super fucking fast. Like that's the kind of, that would be really rough for Kalchara, because, like, it's likely that your attacks will miss if it, like, leaps away at the last second.
半分正解半分不正解。あなたと同じで私も自分の過去を完全に忘れちゃった。だから花娘とは。
Yeah, I mean, like the rotations for this. Like, I think I even saw like Carlotta's rotation, and it was like 10 things you have to do a full rotation, and that's not even including any sort of swaps. It was like, here's her normal rotation, here's 10 actions you need to do, and then you're done. And I think even then it was 10 lines, but I think they combined lines. Like they were like, oh, okay, there were lines in those 10 that was like, oh, it's this combination of things. It's like, oh, do this and this. It was like pairing up some of the actions for their 10 lines of worth of like a rotation, which is like a lot. And then that's purely for them. And then of course you got to swap to other characters and then do their rotations and then also it's managing those 10 line rotation while also dodging, paying attention to the enemy and dodging every single time they're doing an attack, because you can't really afford to take hits. And that's like, for the newer characters that aren't as annoying. And like, that makes sense too. Calcharo is one of the earlier ones. Like, I think as we get more characters, it'll be more refined as they've gotten into their groove, kind of like what makes a good character and what players like. Like, Genshin also has that problem too with the standard banner characters. If you look at the constellations for some of the standard banner characters, they're like really bad. Like Venti, his first constellation is increasing the number of shots in his charge attack. But like, Venti's pure support, so giving him more charge attack shots doesn't matter because his DPS is already shit. Like, you're building him from Elemental Mastery, his attack percent is going to be crap. So like, giving him additional shots for his charge attack is bad. Like, a lot of the standard banner ones too are kind of like Mona is more of a support, but she has like constellations that boost her charged attack damage, which is like, well, you're not keeping Mona on the field to do damage. You're doing her skill, you're doing her burst, and you're getting her off, like, and having someone else attack. But then they give her constellations to increase her basic attack and charge attack. It's like, well, that's not helpful because most people don't do her for that. And like Jean too, like Jean has some constellations that improve her personal damage. There are a bunch that. Yeah. So I think they're going to get better. It's kind of thing. It's like, these are characters that probably existed, and they had these characters like for years. Like, I mean, I think these characters existed in the closed beta test, which like was demonstrated like 6 months to a year before the game came out. So it's like, these characters existed for a while, and hadn't been heavily play tested and used, and like, they just didn't know how the game was going to go. And of course, like, new enemies can make old characters harder to use because of like whatever gimmick they're working with. And of course, they're not going to be like testing every new enemy. Like, they're not going to be using all the old characters and testing to see how easy it is to beat the new bosses and stuff like that. So yeah, it's whatever. Like, it's a more passive form of power creep that's not as direct as like obvious like damage numbers being higher.
前に調べたことがあるからね。
もし椿が花娘だったらお互いのことをよく知っていたはず。私がブラックショアの指導者だということは、今の椿が脅威にならないことを確認してからこれを打ち明けるかどうか考えよう。
The Shorekeeper is not the only one who knows that we're the leader, because the lady we met before, who was talking about Lady Flora down below, the random NPC, she said that the leader is not there, but there are a few people who have met us. She specifically said have only been a few people who have met the leader, but it's like, well, that's contradictory to what she just said of Shorekeeper is the only one who knows. Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, there are definitely some people who like that. Who like people who can do shitloads more damage, but have a much higher skill ceiling, or much higher skill requirement. Because there definitely are those characters. There's people who just like, I like the hard characters. Like, I like that my skill can translate into the best damage, right? Whereas other characters, it's like, oh, if they're too basic, it's like, well, then everyone can do it. The skill ceiling's super low, so like there's very little extra damage you can eke out from other characters by being more skilled. So it's one of those tough things. I think it's not he's not good for normal players, but if he has a high damage threshold, if you're really skilled, I think that's fine. You know? Give people something to like work on, and if they want to show off their skill.
ねえ漂白者、私と遊んでよ。そしたらあの製図を探す。今週の名式を倒したあなたならこれくらいなんてことないはずだよ。花持ちたるもの、ブラックショアにふさわしい種を選び育てなのに何年やっても面白いやつがいないんだもん。
I mean, I'm sure there are some NA players, NA in Europe players who can, because like there are those like I think maybe they're more serious in China or maybe they have a higher player base in China, so there's more people to work for. But then there's also just the people like there definitely are people who just like Calcharo's design, so they become skilled at him, or the skill or are just skilled players and they like to play the characters that have the highest skill ceiling as a way to kind of brag. But I do think that like NA and Europe are kind of more also have a lot more casual players who are just like not interested in that kind of skill like having that sweaty a character.
あなたはやっと出会えた運命の種。もし他の誰かに私辛くて悲しくて妬ましくて死んじゃうかも。なんでって本能？花は自分が花だと知らなくても私だって同じ。まっすぐ忠実に自分の欲求に突き進む。そういえば逃げた異常生図ってネクロスターのせいでブラックショア的に結構危ないんだよね。
Cool. Yeah, I don't pay attention. I don't really watch it. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of Wuthering Waves content creators. I just haven't really paid attention to it. I mean, I don't pay attention to the Genshin content creators either. Oh, I mean, to the extent I do pay attention to them for like the build guides. So that's the only like YouTube videos I watch would be just like, oh, okay, here's a new character. What's the best build for Carlotta? Although Pridewin is a pretty good site. So I don't even. I think the only reason I look at YouTube videos for characters is just to figure out how to play them, because it's not as intuitively obvious from looking at the skills. So I'll see like, oh, okay, that's their rotation, cool. And then I'll look at Pridewin just to figure out what echoes I should get, what sets the best for them, because I'm not going to like go through and like do the calculations of damage and shit to figure out what's best for what. I do that for Genshin too, because I'm like, I mean, for the most part, you can kind of like Genshin's a little easier because if they're DPS, okay, well then it's probably attack sands, elemental goblet, and crit rate, crit damage. Yeah, I use Pridewin for that. Pridewin has Honkai Star Rail. Oh, you don't use it? Oh, I do. I use it because it's relatively simple. You can just go there real quick and be like, okay, what's the best weapon? What's the best? Well, the best weapons obviously they're best. And then it'll tell you, it's not the best one, I think, because it doesn't like tell you, it doesn't tell you which, it doesn't tell you like the damage percentages, although some of them do. I think recently they've been trying to put in percentages. Oh, really? So it's not great. I mean, I find the website just convenient, but I'll also usually look at like a YouTube video for the character release to see what the rotation is for them and then what to build them with.
怒っちゃった？怒ってるあなた。
Like I went to lose gaming's YouTube videos because he goes into the math for that shit. So he'll be like, here's the damage potential for each weapon, here's the damage potential for like each artifact set and shit like that. So he'll be like, oh, okay, well if this weapon is 100% their damage, like and he usually uses like their personal weapon at with no refinements as the base 100%, and then they'll be like, okay, well if you use the free-to-play weapon, like here's it does 80% of the damage of that one, that type of shit. So it's pretty interesting. So he does all the math, so I don't have to.
あなたの力をもっと感じたいの。それでもいいや。じゃ、始めるよ。あなたがブラックショアの危機を解決していた時、私は治療ポットにいて、あなたの勇姿を見れなかった。私、寂しかったんだよ。だから、たくさん見せて。あなたのその力。痛いの？飛んでけ。
兵士。
敵を狩るこの感覚。とっても気持ちいい。
That was weird. Did you see Camilla running away at the end of that? At the end of battle, she's like running away off screen, and now she's here again. Oh, interesting. I mean, I mostly just use it as a general thing. The only reason I'm going there is to look at best weapons and echoes, like what's the best echo set, and that if it's anything beyond that, I don't give a shit about. Like I don't care about the rankings and stuff. It's just to see what should I build them with, because I'm not going to bother like I mean, for the most part, the echo sets are pretty easy. Like, oh, okay, it's you have a fusion character, use the fusion set. Now, of course, with 2.0 coming out, there's new echo sets, so that might change like the meta for some characters. I know Carlotta's best echo set is the new Glacio one instead of the old one, which makes sense. So I'll need to farm those echoes, but that's kind of like the only thing I use it for. Yeah, I don't even bother. I don't give a shit about the rankings. It's just to see how to build them. Like I don't want to have to look it up. Like I mean, and like pretty much every single one is pretty much the same. Where it's like, oh, okay, crit rate, crit damage, 4 cost, elemental damage for the 3 cost, and attack percent for the 1 cost. And sometimes they'll be like, oh, instead of double elemental, you might do attack elemental 3 costs. But that's the kind of thing where like that you need like math and shit. And I'm like, whatever. I'll see what I got.
それじゃあこれはあげる。
あなたはあの製図と関係がある。
I mean, I'm not surprised because like they do a lot of other games too, and so a hit to their reputation would bleed into the other games they deal with. But it also could be that maybe they like. I mean, it's hard to say. Like that's obviously a website, so presumably it's not just one person doing this. It might be like a team, and so it's possible that whoever was managing the Wuthering Waves portion of that website, like to get the builds and shit, it's possible they were like fired or whatever, and they replaced them with someone who's better.
今はブラックショアにとって一刻を争う状況にある。なのにさっきの約束を破るつもり？
でもあなたのこういう強気な。
さっき調べたと言っていた花娘についての情報を教えて。それと
I mean, it's just a website. If it's useful, I mean, if it's useful, use it. If it's not, then don't. And if you have like if you're following someone else that like provides the same information and you can trust them more, then yeah, just use them. Like, there's no need to do it if you don't need them. I just don't know any other sites, so I just use it as a rough estimate. Well, I mean, as I said, I do look at YouTube videos for when new characters come out to see how to build them, and then I just use Pridewin as like, rather than watching the entire video, I can just go to their site real quick to be like, what was that? Like, what was it again? And I can just look up the build for that character. I have a pretty good memory, so I usually remember, but sometimes I forget. Yeah, so like if you have other better ones that you trust more, there's no real need.
ある洞窟で目覚めた時から記憶が空っぽだった。それから何年もソラリスを放浪して偶然たどり着いたのがブラックショア。でもそんなブラックショアがかつての私はすぐ自分の過去について調べ始めた。結局記憶喪失になっ真相にたどり着いたけどオーバークロックで死にかけたからまた記憶が封じられたってことなのかな。花娘はなんでこんなことしたのかな。別に記憶なんてなくたって私は楽しく生きられる。
まるで過去の自分は自分じゃないという言いぶりだね。
だって何も覚えてないんだもん。今の私にとって花娘はほぼ赤の他人。
Interesting. I mean, I doubt it. Because like no matter how critical any content creator is, like it's tough for us because like we obviously like watch reviews and do all this shit, so we're like involved in the community somewhat. Me not as much. I'm very very passive in it, but like you got to remember that the people who are in the quote unquote in the community are like 10% of the total people actually playing the game. Like most people are not in the community. Most people don't watch Twitter. Most people don't watch YouTube. Don't watch content about the game. They just play the game. That's how most people are. People actually involved in the community are like the minority. And so like you might think, oh well, like this is important. This matters. Like yeah, like it's like the whole like Genshin, like like there's always been those Genshin boycotts. Like oh my god, Sumeru doesn't have dark enough characters. We're gonna boycott. Oh my god, Natlan doesn't have dark enough characters. They should be darker. We're gonna boycott. There's all this talk about boycotts, but then like revenue never declines for Genshin for that shit. Like no one's actually stopping. So yeah, so even if the community is incredibly vocal, and let's assume that the people saying they're boycotting actually do boycott, because there's always it's the more likely thing of them saying, yeah, let's boycott, but they still play the game and still engage in the game anyway, so they're simply lying. But let's assume that anyone who says they're boycotting actually is. Let's assume they're telling the truth. Even then, there's just still way too many other people who just aren't aware of it, don't care about it. Like, so yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say what makes them go end of line, but obviously, if it gets too predatory, then people just feel. I mean, if it gets too grindy or too predatory, that drives people away. I mean, to be fair, Wuthering Waves revenue is not really that crazy. Although we'll have to see after the revenue for January, because obviously with 2.0, it's bringing a resurgence of popularity back to the game. We'll see if they bump up their numbers. But yeah, but like I think last time I checked the like in the monthly review, like Genshin's getting in like the. I mean, it's not doing super bad. I think it was getting like 10 million maybe, but like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail were getting like 40 million each. So, but anyway, I'll be right back. I need to get my breakfast slash lunch. Oh yeah, I know it's not like everything. I think it's just easy. I think they're just like there's easier ways to get the mobile data information, so that's why they're able to get accurate numbers. But like we in the absence of any other data, like that's all we can really use. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because like and no one will ever tell us like the actual like ratio of like okay, what's the ratio of like mobile? I mean, now console for this game, but what's the ratio of PC, console, and mobile game for each game? Because like if it's purchased on console, then presumably like it's Sony. Sony and would Sony ever reveal their data, like their sales data? I doubt it. For PC, PC like that. So it's like it's hard to say. Like so, we'll never get a full picture. But I mean, I don't really look at the numbers specifically. Like the number, it's more about getting a trend. So you can see, like it's not that Genshin made 40 million and that's it. Like okay, cool, it's at 40 minutes. Well, it's no, if they're getting consistently 40 million, and it's how it rates amongst the other games too. So like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail are usually in the top 5, and sometimes even the top 2, like consistently every single month. So it's like I mean, we can use it as a relative comparison to other games too. We could be like, oh, okay, this game is doing well. Like did the revenue increase because of these banners or patches and stuff like that? Is it trending upwards, trending downwards? And as a comparison between the other two, obviously the comparison between games is a little rougher because again, it could be that Genshin has more mobile players than Wuthering Waves, and most of Wuthering Waves players play on PC. Yeah, sure, obviously that could affect it if it's close. So if Genshin was 40 million, Wuthering Waves is 30, you could argue that maybe the difference in PC to mobile players could mean that they're neck and neck. But like the difference was like Genshin's making 40 and Wuthering Waves is making like 10. So like you could still say it's performing better. Because like, even though we don't have all the numbers, like it's unlikely that the other untold markets are making up for that. Yeah, I was eating something. I just finished now though. Ah, yeah. I was just eating my lunch. I microwaved myself a burrito, and now I'm all full and ready. And I thought this was a good time to pause because she looks very pretty, so I might as well just leave it on here. Lock in that thumbnail.
過去はどれだけ激しい感情をはらんでいても画面の中で動く映像のように他人の物語として私の目に映る。あなたも私と同じなんじゃない？あなたはそんな映像を見て何を感じる？意外といろんなこと考えてるんだね。私は頼りにならない記憶なんかより自分の本能を信じてる。記憶を失っても本能がこの体にある限り自分を見失うことはないから。その通り。本能を支配し本能に支配される。満たされれば幸せにあふれ乾けば耐え難い苦痛に襲われる。それが私を導く本能。あなただって使命とか責任に駆られて動いてる。私と同じように。やっぱりこんなこと話してもいい？じゃあ先に見つけた人はまた遊んでくれるの？それじゃ一目瞭然。この黒い花は
Not really. Because again, it's just one of those things where it's like, even if she's really good, right? Even if she's like a very good equivalent, the rest of the game is not. Like, so I don't want to like, even if it is good, it doesn't really matter because it's not consistently good for the entire game. So it's not like I'll ever switch to English ever because it'll just be worse overall. So then there's no real point in listening and confirming how good she is personally because I'm never going to switch to it ever in the end. So like I could, but it wouldn't matter. So that's why I don't really bother. Maybe sometime. I mean, maybe I'll go look for her character trailer.
あの人遅いな。探しに行こっかな。お、奥に獲物の周波数
それも私と一緒に遊びたい？獲物の匂いだ。絡み取る。やーいい感じ。踊り狂え。これ楽しそう。こうでなくちゃ。興奮してきた。見つけた。もうどこにも逃げられないよ。やなんて哀れな。もっと楽しませて。いい子だからもっとあがい。
Oh, whoops, I died. I wasn't paying attention. That is kind of annoying, where it's like, here's a new character you've never used
あ
before.
の人遅いな。
And you have no
探しに行こ
healing.
っかな。
Great.
お、奥に獲物の周波数、それもたくさん。素敵。これ楽しそう。こうでなくちゃ。興奮してきた。やっ
I was waiting for her gauge to fill up, but it didn't seem to fill up that much.
見つけた。いい感じ。やっ、この痛みを感じて。鼻の養分にしてあげる。もっと楽しませて。いい子だからもっとあがいてみせてよ。最高。
I did see some parrying happening there, but I wasn't paying. It was a lot pretty hectic.
あなたの戦う姿と強烈な生命力、見るだけでドキドキしちゃう。もしあなたと踊っているのが
Yeah, that does seem pretty cool because it seems like she's doing a lot of like spinny attacks. That can parry anything around her, that is pretty useful.
手を貸そうとしたんだけど。
見ればわかるよ。私はただ楽しすぎて。
Ah, so the flower's killing her or something.
オーバークロックに近い状態。さっきも
そうだよ。もしかして心配。もうそんな風に言われたら照れちゃうよ。崖っぷちで踊り続けるのが私
だからどうしてそんなことを。もちろん重度のオーバークロックは発症したら私今最高に楽しいの。あなたとのゲームも残像を狩るのもとっても楽しい。これの何がいけないの？
No, I'm going the Yuri route. I'm gonna have a Yuri harem.
本当に私がオーバークロックで死ぬ日が来るとしてもブラックショアがあるから無音句になる心配もない。くだらないことに悩めばその分死ぬ時の後悔が増える。
Yeah, no worries.
本当に大切なのは今なんだよ。なのにいつも。ところで何か見つけた？私は破れた写真を見つけたよ。この周波数、花娘のこれが残されたのは20年前。それ以降のものはない。黒い花は花持ちの証明。これで
That was the other weird thing too, is that like they made it seem like we had left ages ago. They made it seem like ages ago we had left to figure out the problem to replace the core. And then when we did the Aetherfin quest, they mentioned, oh yeah, the Aetherfins left when you left, and this is the first time and now that they've come back, they're back. This is how long, like, this hasn't happened in 20 years. I'm like, wait, what? Like, all the stuff you mentioned before made it seem like we left, like, hundreds of years ago, but here you're saying that now we've left 20 years ago? And again, like, this quest is reinforcing it, that, yeah, we left 20 years ago. Which is crazy, because, like, so we knew that the Chatha system had a problem, and we left 20 years ago, even though, like, one, we have amnesia, and two, like, we should have, like, if we were chilling here, then why the fuck weren't we aware of what happened on Mount Firmament? Like, we should have been aware with what happened in Jinzhou and on Mount Firmament if we were still bouncing around the world 20 years ago. So, like, it's so inconsistent. It really feels like the people in charge of the main story don't communicate with the people in charge of the side quests. Because the Aetherfin thing was a side quest. This is also a side quest. It seems like they just don't communicate with each other. And they didn't mention, oh, by the way, the rover hasn't been in the world for hundreds of years, so don't mention that she was doing shit 20 years ago.
でもその時期はあのブラックショアの指導者が姿を消した時と近い。花娘もその頃に消えたってこと？
And that's the thing, is like, they were like, oh, we had no records of her. It's like, oh, she and the leader of the Black Ship vanished at the same time, no longer appearing in records. But, like, 20 years ago, people were alive. Like, how does no one know about us? Because that's why it was like, oh, we had to have been gone for ages then. Like, that's why no one, like, anyone who's met us is no longer around, because it's been so long. But they're like, no, we were bouncing around 20 years ago. We were still here 20 years ago, and yet no one saw us, like, no records of us. It's like, even if there's no records of us in the last 20 years, there should have been lots of records from before then. Even if access is restricted, like, there should have been people who remembered us. That's why, like, it just, yeah, they were pretty inconsistent with this shit. This is like, yeah, this is another example of where they mention things which allude to a different time frames happening. Where it's, and this happened in 1.0 as well, where they're like, yeah, they mention all these things. We're like, oh, okay, so this happened ages ago. But then they also reference it in a way that's like, oh yeah, it happened only a few years ago, or like a decade or two ago. It's what? Like that makes no sense because all the ways you referenced it. Okay.
今週で初めてあなたに会った時に感じたんだ。あなたとベアドレッドに連絡しなくていいの？
さすが花持ち。早かったね。
Oh yeah, what?
花持ち、見つけたものは私に。
漂白者に手伝えって言わ。
珍しいね、花持ち。この子に言うこと聞かせられるなんてすごいね。大した自信だ。まあ何にせよ、それに私。早速データの処理に取り掛かるから少し待ってほしい。
Wait, 3 items? I only know... We only got the flower and the thing that Camilla had. What was the third item?
過去、現在、未来。宇宙に秘められた全ての可能性。気になるな。行こう、漂白者。 見た。奥に何かある。椿、私は先に。
予想外。
デバイスの通信が椿も見つからない。とりあえず私は自分の記憶を閉ざし過去を空白にした。これはでもあの人は自分の選択を示した。こんなくだり。今のは椿。ここは製図の中で花娘の情報が保管されている。
So she actually is Lady Flora, like we suggested right from the beginning, but
またここに戻ってくるなんて。こんなとこ何の思い入れもないのに。体がもう持たない。早く寝床を探さないと。椿の影が消えた。記憶を閉ざしここに選択。
花持ち、聞こえる。予想外のことが起きている。花持ち、すまない。私の判断ミスだ。椿はまだあの製図は彼女を誘導し、だが椿が製図のコアを見つけてくれたおかげで製図が逃げられなくなった。
yep, it's my name in Genshin too. It's because it's easy. I mean, I think I named it. I thought of this name in another game where character names had to be unique, and it was back before Overlord was super popular, so I was able to get the name. And then even though Genshin and this game don't require you to be have unique names, I think you can have multiple people with the same name. I think I've just been using it because it's a cool name.
これからあの製図と対象になるコピーを作る。それがあればさっき通れなかった製図はあらゆる場面を再現する。だからそれが見せた過去にふさわしいノードを見つけてワープする必要があるんだ。
Yep. Ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazareth.
元のこれから複数回のワープを。
記録では生存者がここは本来の歴史とずれている。鍵がかかっている。オーバークロックになった椿がセキュリティシステムを壊したのだろうか。まずは植物の変異がこんなに。オーバークロックがかなりひどいみたい。
This is weird because again, she's in the overclock state. Didn't you say that when you're overclocked, you literally shred yourself out of existence? Like, doesn't being overclocked kill you flat out? Like, so how can she be in the overclocked state and still be alive in the future? If it's a irreversible, like, you know, irreversible state that 100% leads to death. And to be fair, it says look for the overclocking, so maybe she's not in the severe state of overclocking, and we save her right on the cusp, perhaps.
椿が消え、花娘は重度のオーバークロックで精神が壊れて言語機能も衰。
Wait, no, so then you're confirming that she did overclock. So much. But, like, you're supposed to be shredded out of existence. How is Camellya even alive? Like, it's supposed to be like, if you overclock, you die. You 100% die, but they're like, oh, well, she overclocked, but it only, like, just removed a portion of her, and she's still alive and kicking? Like, what? Like, that you told us in 1.1 that you 100% die. It's a Boolean thing. If you overclock, you die. So how is, like, and now you're just like, yeah, she overclocked, but she's, like, not really dead. Like, she just only lost a portion of herself, and, like, the whole thing was, like, he shreds you out of existence. But it's like, that's not the kind of thing you can, like, oh, I shredded half of myself out of existence. I'm still alive. It's like, no. Like, this is not like losing an arm where you could still live that. This is like, the core being of yourself is being, like, removed. It's like removing half your soul and being like, yeah, I'm totally fine. Or like half your brain. Although technically you can lose half your brain and still be okay, but not all the time. Again, it's just one of these, like, it's just another inconsistency. Just they do a lot of things like this where, like, they introduce a concept and then just contradict it later with, like, no. And it'd be one thing if you gave us explanations, and maybe there's going to be an explanation here of how she was able to survive despite being overclocked, despite every other instance of someone overclocking leading to their death.
りいた。ここがブラックショアって聞いてきてみたけど、やっぱり来て正解だった。私は椿、花娘って呼んでもいいよ。ラッコ村のみんながそう呼んでるの。前会った時、あなたすごくなんか残念だなって思って、一人で。
ラッコー村の状況は、
負傷者は他の地域に移動した。ほとんどの人
が無事。ここも、でも状況こそ違うけど、私は
あなた
I see. Oh, so maybe the reason why we've lived millions of years is because we're living through multiple timelines, and and the millions of years is collectively adding our lives in all timelines.
その上陸する許可はもらってないんだけど、お願い許して。今は共鳴能力もあるし、何か手伝うから。
Wait, I thought her chest is where her mark is, but I don't see it. I don't see it in between those flower petals. I thought that's where it was.
わからん。この前村に来た協力者の話によると、私はとっくに共鳴能力に目覚めてるっていう。それに村に来る前のことも覚えてないし。でも私にはそれ以前のお願い。このままブラックショアにさせて。私あなたの鼻持ちになりたい。
でもテストに合格すれば話は別。
本当？よかった。ありがとう。いい名前だね。絶対忘れない。嬉しいな。本当にとっても嬉しい。でもなんかちょっと変な感じも。その名前どこかで聞いたことがあるような。
Ah, she must have watched Overlord too.
見て、これが私の共鳴能力。みんなに自慢してるんだ。
Ah, cool. Thanks for stopping on. I know, obviously, that with the time zone difference, it's got to be rough. These things are a physical. Forts are a physical thing?
あなたといろんなところを巡って。
Or maybe she just means this is an example of what my fort can do.
この目で見届けたい。この花あげるよ。これからよろしくね。
Yep. So she has good taste.
あ、来たんだ。仕事終わったんだね。最近はおとなしくしてるよ。言われた通りね。トラブルも起こしてないし。
I've seen a lot, but basically I haven't really been watching recent ones for the most part because I've always read more manga and light novels than I've watched anime. Because the anime just takes longer. So I actually have volumes, I think 1 through 16 of the light novel of Overlord right now. Like in my bookcase, I have volumes 1 through. So I've read the Overlord light novel, and I think I watched the first 2 or 3 seasons as well. That was when I was still watching anime. But like pretty much like most of the anime that comes out is an adaptation from a manga or a light novel, and I just rather read that instead, because like it's quicker to read the manga and the light novel has more information. So like the anime usually has to cut out a lot of stuff because you know it's like a book. It's like turning a book into a movie. It's like, yeah, the movie's not going to have all the stuff in the book because you can't have all the stuff in the book. So so it's basically the same type of thing. Where it's like I can read the manga quicker and get the story quicker, and so I just do that. And the light novel, or I'll read the light novel, and it'll have more information, more backstory, more cool shit. And so that's kind of what I mostly do. Yeah. So that's why I've done that, and pretty much like all the good anime have been like adaptations for that stuff. So it's like, well, if I really like it, I'll just watch that. And also like, so I watch it subtitled, and if I watch an anime subtitle, I have to like watch it. Like that's all I can do. I can't do other things while watching an anime. Like I can't play video games while doing it because I need to watch it so I can read the subtitles. Which means that I have to like dedicate time just to watch anime. Whereas if I read, I could like have something going on in the background. Like I could have a YouTube video going on in the background, or another video or something like that. So I can kind of multitask. Whereas in anime, it's kind of harder to do that. So that's why I'm just like, yeah, screw it. I'll just read stuff. So I've read, Overlord. I've read a bunch of stuff, far more than I've watched. But back in the day, I did watch a lot of anime too. But now, and it was because it was like harder to get like translations for the like anime coming over was far more common than the manga coming over. But then like as animes become more popular, we've just been doing a lot more translations for the manga and light novels. So it's like, oh, it's actually really easy to get these translations now. So it's like I don't really need to use anime to see these stories because the manga and the light novels are here. Well, and there's also the thing. I mean, yeah, with English dubs you can multitask, but I just don't like English dubs. But also there have been a few times where like I like a manga, and I like the character design, and then the character design within the anime is just like worse. Like there's the problem if you have a really unique character design in the manga. You draw the panel, it looks really good, and so sometimes the animation studio can replicate that panel, but the animation as it moves looks weirder because obviously they don't have a frame of reference for that. But there's also like just the flat out thing where like the character models just look like shit, like no matter what, like they just look absolutely terrible, like where they just like look. I mean, maybe not nothing like them, but like they diverge too much from the manga models that they just look bad, and that's just unfortunate because it just ruins kind of like the immersion, and it ruins the enjoyment of the series because you can remember, oh, this is what they look like in the manga, and holy shit, this looks like crap. And like even with like the light novels, like the light novel images look like this, the manga looks like this, and then the animation looks like shit, and you're just like, oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, like, it can be smooth, but it's just, yeah, if they can't do it, and it depends on the studio. Sometimes they do it well, sometimes they don't. But like, it's rough because you're looking for a specific story, and it's not like you can look for a studio and be like, oh, look, I'll just go to the studio because like it's not like they're doing only the stories you like. And generally, as I said, like manga, I can read through a manga story, like to get like if it's a series that's only manga, like it's based on a manga, you could like usually like one episode of anime is usually like 2 to 3 chapters of a manga, but you can read like 10 chapters of a manga in like 20-30 minutes. So essentially you can get more story like 2 to 3 times faster by reading it from the manga than watching the anime. And so it's just like, well, I have a job, so if I have to work and I have free time, my time is precious, so I want to do it. I want to maximize my value. So if I want to read a story, I want to read the story in the most efficient way possible, and the most enjoyable too.
残像庁の進行からあの時私はオーバークロックのせいで花の木になってた。クリリのレコードでは椿が発見されたのは地下の洞窟だった。気になる？ 私が花の木になってから。ま、私が助けられたのはほんの一部だった。
Yeah, so that's where her mark is. The mark is on the chest. So what about the previous floor? She's like, oh, I have my forte, but like, what? You don't have the mark on your chest, and that's you only have a forte if you're a resonator, and you don't have the mark on your chest, so you aren't a resonator. For the previous version. And then for this, if she remembers overclocking, she would be dead. Like, overclocking is a lethal thing to happen. Like, you can't overclock and live. Like, that's what they've said. It just contradicts themselves.
それは意外だったかな。おじけづいてとっくに逃げてると思う。私そんな弱い人たちには興味ないの。今回は村に住まわせてもらった。そんな甘い考えを持ってるなんて可愛い人。私は思ったままのことを話しただけ。弱い奴らに構う暇なんてない。
Yeah. And it's tough to tell too because you have to actually watch it, and then of course you want to you're seeing a series you want to see, so it is unfortunate like when it doesn't shake out to be good.
私が植物に変異してた時何もできなかった。笑えるほど無様だった。あなたは私をオーバークロックから救い出してくれた恩人。
I see, so we saved her from overclocking, which is weird. Again, it's something that they've never mentioned before that was even possible. But then again, I guess we're like the superpowered, amazing person who can do everything, I guess.
どう？私を花持ちにする気はない？でしょ？なら私を花持ちにした方がソラリスのためになるし厄介事も減る。まあラベル測定を受けた時オーバークロックになりやすい体質だって言われたのも事実。今は大丈夫でもいつか感情が高ぶってもそれも運命があなたに惹かれたことも運命の贈り物も略奪も私は全て受け入れる。ねえ知ってる？植物の中には大きな木に自分のつるを這わせる子がいるんだ。本来その木が浴びるべき日の光をそういう植物はね自分の体で覆うその木の全てを自分のものにしたいと思ってる。これからは一緒にいる時間も多くなるしじっくりたっぷり私と遊べるね。だからこの花をあげるね。私の大切な
正しいノードを見つけた。ワープを開始する。
ムカつく製図遠回りさせられた上に罠にはめて。でもあいつの子漂白者とはぐれたのはそれにしてもここに来るまでに見た世界十数年前のあの時そこから無数の可能性が生まれていた。名もなき旅人の私もフラクトシデスの一員になった私は自分の記憶を閉ざし過去を空白にした。
It's not even the manhwa too. It was originally a web novel. I read the web novel first. I read the web novel and then I saw the manhwa. But yeah, the web novel finished ages ago, so I know how it ends. Well, actually, the manhwa ended that 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 ended also a while ago too. But yeah, I've read that. It was a really good series. I liked it. It's tough to have people gain in power like that and still have it be compelling because eventually you get so powerful, you're just like, oh, you become too godlike, and it can become boring. But I think they did the progression pretty well. But yeah, I think it was a web novel first, and then I think it got adapted maybe to the manga, and then maybe they because there's also an officially translated light novel series out too. I don't know if that is just the web novel in light novel form, or if they did like further editing and revisions on it. Because like I don't know if you the Shield Hero one. Um, what was it? What's the English name for it? The Rising of the Shield Hero. That also started as a web novel, and it became popular, so it got licensed for a light novel. And there's a huge difference between the web novel and the light novel for Rising of the Shield Hero. And then the manga was also created because it was really popular, and then the anime series. But yeah, it was I think it was Kidan or Qidian, or maybe it's just webnovel.org or something like that. I don't know. There was a web novel site which essentially just had the entire translation for it, so I was able to read the entire translation for Solo Leveling, and so that was a pretty cool series. And then I saw, recently it's got relatively recently it's gotten its anime.
これは本当に正しい選択だったの？これはそうか。花娘の情報が保管されて記憶を閉ざしたってことは、つまりこれが花娘。でもあの人は自分の選択を示したなら、こんなくだらない生き方なら死んだ方がずっとマシ。漂白者。私は前からあの人を知っていた。
Yeah, I don't think I ever watched the anime for that, because I'd already read the web novel. I kept reading the light novel because I read the web novel, and the web novel has it's pretty interesting, has good pacing, up until near the end, and then the end was just absolute trash. It was like, holy crap, the pacing was terrible. It was like, it just felt really rushed. The ending it just didn't feel really good. And then I was reading the manga for it after reading the web novel, like a while later, like a few years later. I saw some manga, and the manga was like different. I was like, there are these events that are not appearing. Like, did they just add that for the manga? And then I read the light novel. I'm like, oh, okay, because I knew a light novel had been commissioned, and that they had been converting the web novel into that. But it seemed like when they converted it to the light novel, the author had like gone through and actually done a lot of changes, and it changed the story. Like, so I've gotten to volume 15 of the light novel, and like they went to the other world already. Like after beating the spirit turtle, they went to the other world, the other world where Glass is from, and like L'Arc and the Gemstone Girl didn't exist in the web novel, and the fact that they even went to Glass's world and like had 2 light novels in that world to deal with some shit. Deal with some asshole who came over and was like manipulating the spirit turtle that just didn't exist in the web novel at all. So like it's very, very much diverged from the web novel. So I'm kind of interested just to see what's going to happen with that. Plus, I also, you say his revenge is over, but not really. but because like in the web novel, other shit happens, and so she's not down and out as much as you might think. But that's only in the web novel, so I don't know how much of what they included from that is going to be in the actual light novel itself, which is the canon story. So it's hard to say. Maybe if it goes that route, it'll be weird because like that was one aspect of the ending I didn't really like because it didn't make much sense. Because it was like, oh, okay, here's how these events led, and it's like if the events were leading in a way, it's like cool, his revenge is finally done, appropriately done. She got her comeuppance, cool. And then the ending of the web novel just completely turned that around and like, nope, sorry, Teehee. And you're just like, and then ended like, I mean, it ended like good guys won, right? But like just like the way it happened was just really felt like really forced and rushed and all that shit. So I'm really curious to see how the light novel changes that and perhaps makes it more compelling and interesting. And I'm not, and I just don't know where the anime ended because I'm pretty sure the anime didn't get to the Spirit Turtle arc yet, but I don't know where. Like, in season 1 did they beat the Pope? Was that where season 1 ended? Beating the Pope?
やっぱり漂白者と一緒にいると本当に退屈しないね。ついて行ってみよう。それとあの力も使うべきじゃなさそうだね。今オーバークロックになったら漂白者に勝てなくなっちゃうかもしれないし。
That's the weird thing, is because there's the gauge on the bottom that has, you press square, and maybe that gauge fills up when attacking. But typically the gauges on the bottom like that are like, oh, when that gauge is filled up, that's when you hold square to. But yeah, it seems like she just does this shit regardless. That's pretty cool. Whee.
台座にあるのは
I mean, to be fair, the heroes are all well. The heroes all have deep flaws. Like obviously, Spear Hero is kind of just like that annoying douche, um, and I would say like yeah, the Spear Hero is the annoying extrovert that like is really annoying, and the Bow Hero is an insecure little whiny bitch, and the Sword Hero is just a super introvert who doesn't really give a shit about anything. And yeah, they all have their big flaws. And in the web novel and light novel, they still are kind of dumb. They eventually get redemption in a fashion, but it does take a while before they get get slapped around some and before they realize they were wrong. Um, but they're fine as like foils.
あの花は種を求めてる。種を置けば扉が開くはず。思った通りだ。
Yeah, I assume the reason it's not filling is because I'm not attacking an enemy. But it's just that other characters have that gauge fill up. So like that gauge, I think fills up even for like Jinshi regardless. And usually it's filling up doing normal attacks, and then you do it then you do something after it's filled. Whereas for her, she can hold and do her heavy attack, like and do this huge unique heavy attack combo without that gauge filled at all, which is not like other characters have been. Usually, like you're doing stuff, you're building that gauge, and then you can do your heavy attack.
種が隠された道を作り出した。やっぱり
この空間は創造者に背いて私を助けようとしてる。この痛みを感じて。あれがそれがあなたが。結局あの人は最後にこの道を選んだ。確かに私はあの人の過去もブラックショアのことも知ろうとしなかった。だってそんなこと知っても何にもならないから。私はただあなたと一緒にいるだけで幸せだったから。でもあの人はブラックショアを離れようとしている。しかも自分の記憶を捨てて、これがより良い結果なの。
That was the weird thing, too. So it seems like even when we left, we knew we were going to lose our memories. But that makes no sense, because wasn't the whole point of us leaving? The whole point of us leaving was to find a different core for the Tethys system. So why would leaving and losing our memories find us a better core? Like, that's stupid, because even if we found a better core, if we lost our memories, we wouldn't be able to do shit. Still.
ブラックショアが求めるより良い結果は本当にくだらない。どうしてあの人を奪うの？私の唯一のお気に入りで大切な遊び相手なのに。よりにもよってなんであの人が。これが私の過去？でも他の世界を見て予想はついてたけど、やっぱりあの人がブラックショアの指導者。ラベル測定の結果が。
No, but like it doesn't make logical sense. Our point of leaving was to find the alternate core, but if we're going to lose our memories, even if we found the alternate core, we wouldn't remember it, and we would, so like we need to know we found the solution, and that was actually the problem I had with the ending of 1.3, is that we, Shorekeeper got kidnapped. And then we go to the Tethys system, and we're like, "Oh, look, well, like she's like, oh, if we remove Shorekeeper, we'll crash." And we're like, "Oh, don't worry, I have a solution for that." It's like, really? Like, you have a solution? Where did you find the solution? There's been literally no mention of this solution at all leading up to talking to the Tethys system. Yet we go there and say this, and it's like, when did we find the solution then? Like, we didn't have a solution before when we were talking to Shorekeeper. Then she got kidnapped, and now magically we have a solution. And then when we rescue her, we got teleported away into the piano realm. And then when we pop back out, they're like, "Oh, don't worry. Like, we fixed the problem while you were in this other realm magically." Like, what? And then they're saying, "Oh, we replaced it with a lament that's more harmonious and chill." But it's like, well, first of all, where the hell did we get that? Where did we get that lament core? Where did we get the necro core that was able to do that? Like, where did that come from? We never even talked about that ever. There was no mention of this core. And second of all, if you needed a lament core that was full of emotions, then how would a harmonious one, like, be helpful? Because, like, aren't you using those emotions to help calculate, where the lament cores are going to be? Like, It's it makes no sense because one, we didn't have a lament core like that. Two, if they need one that's full of emotions, then this wouldn't be full of emotions because if it's harmonious. And three, lament cores are like this apocalyptic situation. It'd be like saying, "Hey, we need a hurricane to power this thing. Find me a light hurricane. Find me a hurricane that doesn't have much power. You know, find me find me a not so big earthquake. Find me a light tornado. It's like you're looking for a natural disaster, and you're just like, oh well, no, we just found a harmonious natural disaster. We found a harmonious and chill natural disaster. Here you go. Like obviously that wouldn't make sense to work because like if you're using it as the core, you need it for what it is, and you're saying, oh well, we found a core that has traits that don't align with what its intrinsic behavior is. So yeah, that didn't make sense. The fact that you could find one, the fact that we had one made no sense because there was no mention of it at all leading up to rescuing her. And then we just announced it. Oh yeah, we have a solution. Maybe. Okay. Maybe. But again, even if it is, it's still bad storytelling because this should have been told in 1.3. And I even had like I think you were gone by that point too. But I even talked about like a way to do it, right? So like Shorekeeper was kidnapped. I was like, oh, well, when we're talking to those NPCs before going and talking to the Teth system, we could have said like they could have been like, hey, you know, we need to replace the Necrocore. Could you go into our like Necrocore storage area and find one that could match this? And then we could have gone in, picked it up, and then gone and talked to the Tethys system and like, don't worry, I have a replacement, I have a solution, you know, that kind of stuff. And then it's also just the fact that the actual fixing happens off screen. So like we rescue Shorekeeper, we grab Shorekeeper, we teleport away. We're in the mystical realm with the piano. We talk to Shorekeeper. We teleport out. We're back in the physical realm of Black Shore. And then we talk to Shorekeeper, and she's like, "Don't worry, we replaced the core." I'm like, "When the fuck did that happen? We were like, when did we replace the core? Like, why are you doing this shit off screen? Show this stuff happening. Don't like because it's like, yeah, so we magically have a solution that we'd never mentioned before, and it magically happens off screen while we're doing other shit after we rescue Shorekeeper. It's like, what? Like, please explain this stuff. And even if you say, like, oh, well, they explain it in the Rinascita prologue, okay, cool, it's good that they explain it, but they should have explained it when the story was actually happening. It's bad storytelling because it makes it feel like they just didn't have an explanation. So they're just like, fuck it, we'll wait 2 months. We'll take 2 months to think of a way to retcon this to make sense. And I was like, you know, it's I just don't like it. It's bad storytelling because you're basically just saying like it's basically like telling a story. It's like 12 episodes of an anime lead up to an ending, and the ending just doesn't explain anything. And then 2 months later, they release an epilogue episode that says, "Oh, by the way, here's all the shit that can explain the stuff that happened in those first 12 episodes." It's like, well, that's shit. Like you should have explained that within the actual story instead of waiting a few months before finally telling us the explanation that we were really owed back then. Because like this is 1.3, 1.4 happened, and then 2.0. So they waited two patches before they finally went back to explain something that happened two patches earlier, which is like that's bad. That's bad storytelling. That's like it makes it seem like they didn't have an explanation and they just took their time brainstorming to figure out a solution of how they could fix their story after the fact. But again, 2.0 I heard good things about, so maybe 2.0 onwards it'll be good. Maybe 1.0 through 1.4 is them figuring out their process, and hopefully from 2.0 onwards it'll make sense when it should make sense instead of relying on after the fact explanations. Actually, wait 1 sec. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in like a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, sure. And I do understand this is a relative nitpick. Sure. Does not not knowing the way things happened didn't make sense to me. But yeah. I thought so when I see the Rinascita prologue in my quests, I thought um I thought this. I didn't realize this was 2.0 because like in Genshin, there was the Kazuha quest that was the prologue to Inazuma, which happened in 1.7. So I thought this was that. I thought this was the quest that was released in 1.4 to act as a prologue to Rinascita or Rinascita. I thought that's what that was. So I thought this was a 1.4 quest, and so I was waiting to watch the video until after that. But then, like late last night, I was talking to people, and they were like, "Oh, actually, no, this is 2.0." I'm like, "Oh shit! Oh, then I could have watched that video." Yeah, I mean, well, again, like I am nitpicking. I get that, and I'm like, it's not like I did. It's not like I dislike the story. Like the story was fine. I just think that these aspects were told poorly, um, and I kind of wish they would tell it better. But like the overarching broad strokes of the story, I did enjoy. I thought that was pretty cool. Um, it just it's one of those things that just pulls it, like it makes it less immersive. So like I'm going through the story, I'm enjoying the story, and then like they do something like this, and now it's just like it just ruins the immersion of the world when they do things that don't make sense or contradict what they've said before. And also like I'm also like playing the game trying to understand the world, understand everything. And so when they keep like mentioning all these different timelines that just don't line up with each other, where they're like, "Yeah, we've been gone looking for a solution for the Necrocore thing." And they make it seem like we've been gone for ages because every mention has just been like, "We have no records of you. No one remembers you. No one's seen you." And like no one has any recollection of you. So we're like, "Oh, we must have been gone for a while then if no one has seen, like if no one can even remember us." But then there's like, no, it happened 20 years ago. You just left 20 years ago. I'm like, what? Like what? We left 20. Like, well, how does no one remember us then if we left 20 years ago, right? Like these things just don't line up with each other, and that just ruins the immersion. But yeah, we shall see. Yeah, that's the other reason I wanted to do this quest because like, well, it did pop up here. Maybe they do mention something in this that might supplement the information. Even though technically, obviously 1.3 came out, you could do the entire Shorekeeper story, and then I think Camilla was the second half of the banner, so presumably halfway through 1.3, that's when this quest appeared.
これは根本から直さないと意味がない。制御できないこの感情がなくならない限り。最近ラッコ村に来るまであの村であの人と出会ったのは運命の祝福、それとも私を縛る呪い。
Oh, she's 1.4. Okay. I thought she might have been the second half of the 1.3 banner.
過去の思い出なんてどうでもいい。何か思い返すだけあの人がいなくなった。私はもしあの人に出会わなかったら死、それはただの終わりでそれ以上でも以下でもない無意味な発想。孤独、死、獲物の匂いだ。この痛みを感じて。やっやっ。なんか変。うん。 胸が苦しい。ここの空気に当てられて体も感情もおかしくなってる。この製図のせいか。早くあいつを仕留めないと。
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I could just glide over there maybe, but there's a chest over there, so I better get both chests.
ご褒美だ。咲き乱れる花々よ。何が欲しい？エモ、その命、私のもの。これ、楽しそう。
I do like the spinning attack. Holding square to do the spinning attack. That feels fun.
治療を続ければかろうじて生きることはできる。でもオーバークロックの治療を繰り返せばこの体はどんどん壊れていく。体力も精神も、そしてこの力も次第に消える。あの人が戻ってきた時、もう自我すら保てない。あの人から同情されるなんて、そんな生き方をするぐらいならいっそ死んでやる。私がそんな情けない弱者になり下がる。まずい。いつもオーバークロックに足を引っ張られるなんて。そろそろ時間ね。私はブラックショアを出てあの人と出会った場所に向かう。そしてこの縁を終わりにする。彼女からももう私は思い出に浸るなんてことはしない。オーバークロックを抑制する方法はもう一つある。
オーバークロックの根本の原因は感情。私だってあの人と同じ道を。私の本能。これは私はこの本能があって初めて花が水を求め、たとえ記憶という抜け殻をなくしたとしても私の本能はあの人を追う。いつか再会を果たした時変わらない関係でいたい。だから私は自由に生きてやる。まあその選択はこの痛みを感じて。ああ、がっかりさせないでほしいの。何が欲しい？目がかすむ。前が見えない。あと少しなのにこんなのやだ。花持ちのテストに合格したよ。次の任務私も一緒に行く。はーい、ちゃんと制御できるようになるから残らないで。自分の記憶を捨てるって何の話？どこに行くの？何度も耐えてきたから、てっきり慣れたと思ってたのに。そうなの？自由だの力だの口にしておいて、そんな無様な姿を見せるなんて情けない。出てけ！獲物の匂いだ。かわいい小鳥ちゃん、とっとと落ちちゃいなよ。これ楽しそう。それはあなたの力。どうして拒むの？私は溺れるつもりはない。やっ どうせ全部忘れちゃうのに、なんで苦しい思いをするの。うるさい。もうあなたはあの人と一緒にいられないのに。それでも私はあの人と。漂白者、あなたとはぐれた後、たくさんの場所に行って私とあなたの間にあるいくつもの可能性を見た。ある時は名もなき旅人としてあなたとすれ違い、ある時はブラクトシデスとしてあなたと剣を交えた。たとえ何度忘れようとも、この本能に導かれる私は必ずあなたの前に現れる。待ってたよ、あなたのことを。このうるさい小鳥を一緒に始末しちゃおう。これも音の力ね。せいふんやっ未来のために。あなたと一緒に戦うのとっても楽しい。行動、脈、周波数、あなたの全てが私を狂わせる。やっはっやっやっふっ静まれ。はっはっふっやっふっはっこれも音の力ね。開花の時、もうどこにも逃げられないよ。こいつ弱すぎ。まだまだ遊び足りないのに。漂白者、私とはぐれた後どこにいたの？どうやってここを見つけたの？あなたも違う私たち、私たちの違う可能性を見たの？やっぱり漂白者、あなたはあのブラックショアの指導者だったんだね。今週場外であなたを見つけた時、懐かしい気持ちになった。
私も面白いことを知ったよ。
No, not really. I mean, I just did the fight, so and I got distracted.
世界の異なる可能性も見た。でもどんなたとえどんなあなたは私の今回オーバークロックを抑えられたのはあなたにこんな姿。さっき擬態コアを倒したからこの製図は帰ろう。座標をベアドレ後の時間は何をするの？それは後で教える。ご褒美だ。
おかえり。
私と漂白者だよ。座標は受け取った？
ああ、そうだ。つば
ああ、でもブレスレットをじゃ漂白者行こっか。そうだね、地上に行こう。
Oh, good, it's taking us there because I have no clue where Veiled Rock is. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Never mind. It was that mountain. Where I think is this the mount? Oh wait, no, this is not. Oh, never mind. I thought it was we. I thought they were talking about the rock we met in Huang Long, where it was up here. Wait, where's Jinzo? Jinzo's here. I thought we met her up here. I think in this general area when we're doing the main story quest. Yeah, yeah, near the heart thing. I thought we met her like up here in that first cutscene. So I thought we'd meet her there.
痕跡を探してる時に写真形になるものを残すのはいいことだって。昔は私たちのことを記録してくれる人がいたけど。
Yeah, so when she said Veiled Rock, I assumed like, oh, it's where we first met. Okay, it's gonna be there, right? And then it's like, oh no, it's in Black Shore for some reason, which is not where we met first ever. Like even in the past lives, we didn't meet her first here. Like,
これは私たちの証。記憶よりも鮮明な刻まれた石。とっても強いブラックショアの指導者様ならこれくらい簡単でしょ。
yeah, I've been playing for too long.
漂白者。上出
Yep.
来。
Do I not get a? Do I not get? Oh, I can't change my. Like she gets a. She gets a thing. Why don't I get? Why can't I change my? Let's go inside. It's a shame. I thought it's a shame we can't pose ourselves.
素敵な構図。 漂白者あのブレスレット
Yeah, Genshin allows you to have. I mean, Genshin poses are not like crazy. They're pretty basic too. Although with the Imaginarium Theater, you're able to unlock new poses for characters. But the the fact is, yeah, we couldn't even pick a pose, which is weird because like they had Camilla go through like a bunch of poses. Like you could have had us like they could have just had us auto like set like male version gets one, female version gets a specific pose just for that scene. They could have easily put us in anything. So it's a shame they didn't. We just had to stand there like a weirdo while she poses next to us.
それはあなたが持ってて。私たちは秘密の過去を持ってる。でもこれはその過去を証明してくれるもの。
What do you mean a secret now? It's always been a secret.
このブレスレットは一体これはね、最初はラベ
Bet
ル
it's
スペクト
seed.
ルを観測し、オーバークロックを事前に知らせるための装置だった。でも今の私には今回みたいなことがない限り、私が負けること、今回の一件を通していろんなことを知った。思ってたよりずっと面白かったけど、まあ私は今のままがいい。記憶を取り戻したところでどうせ治療ポット送りにされるし。私を信じてみるよ。私が記憶を封じたのにもそれなりの理由がある。その理由があなたの記憶に関係してるなら、それにだってこうしてまた出会えた。きっとこれからもっと面白くて楽しいゲームが私たちを待ってる。もう昨日は終わった。
Yep.
だから私はそういえば漂白者、あなたは記憶を失って新たなそれじゃあこうしよっか。世界を救うのに疲れたら、ここは私この世のあらゆる事象を記録してるテティスシステム。無数の可能性がその中で湧いては渦巻き死んでいく。でもその無数の可能性の中で私たちは出会う。星の海が示す全ての道がそこに収束するなら、私たちが出会わない宇宙はもう滅んじゃってて、私たちが出会ったこの世界しか残ってないのかも。もしこの宇宙が花だったとしたら、ここは種を育てる者にとって完璧な世界なんだね。
Yeah. I like the background music of Black Shore. That was pretty cool. And that was really nice as well. Does she just chill here? Is she always here if I come back? Oh wait, never mind. Now the quest is over. Okay, and there's the Rinascita quest. Let's go get that done.
おかえりなさい。この騎士はあなたのもの。今回あなたを呼び出したのは、前に伝えたアブの異変について話すため。以前観測したアブの上と眠気に変化はある。やっぱり。
Like, yeah,
こ
and
の
that,
前
and that
あなたの体に感じた
it's
周波
saying,
数
"Oh,
の
have you
異常
noticed increased hunger or fatigue?" And we're like,
紛れも
"Yes,
な
we
くア
have."
ブ
Like,
が原因。
no, we
そ
haven't.
して
Like, there was
そ
one
の周波
one
数の
moment
異
where
常
they
波動
did
は
say,
よ
"Oh
り
yeah,
顕著
like
に
I
な
haven't
って
really
いる。
heard from Abby lately, but like
その程度は
but like we have
到
seen
底
Abby
できない
multiple
ほど微
times
小だ
in
け。
these patches." So like it's weird because they're like, "Yeah, I have noticed this." It's like, but we haven't. Like, there's been no foreshadowing at all. Just one line saying, "Yeah, I haven't heard from Abby recently," and that's it. But then we talked to her after, or talked to it afterwards. Like, it popped up after we said that line. It popped up during the shorekeeper part afterwards. So it's like, okay, so like we haven't noticed this stuff. So I don't know. They need to build stuff better. They need to do better foreshadowing. They need to do better explanations. Because it's one of those things where generally for storytelling it's better to show, not tell. And they just don't show a lot of stuff. They don't show it, and then they tell us, but after either way too late, or they tell it to us immediately or way too late. And it's just like, well, or you could have just shown this or like mentioned this before. Yeah, but again, it's they didn't show us this. In the quests we actually had, they didn't. They could have easily foreshadowed this, like a few lines of like a few like during previous patches. Just have moments where like we try to reach out to Abby, but Abby's not responsive. If there were a few instances of that where like we tried to reach out to Abby and they didn't respond, and they'd be like, that's weird. And then that's all you need to do. Just an extra line here or there. We had one line like that, but one line, like one point doesn't make a line. You need more than one point to draw a line. So you just got to foreshadow that. That's what you got to do. Which just makes me feel like they just aren't planning ahead far enough so that they don't plan far enough ahead so they can't do foreshadowing like this because they're just like writing the story one patch ahead. They're like, oh, okay, cool, we finished this patch. All we know is what's going to be in the next patch, and that's it. And like, so they can't foreshadow Rinascita because in 1.3 they only knew what was going to happen in 1.4, and Rinascita wasn't in 1.4. So yeah, and in and of itself, that's not a problem. Like this one instance, but the problem is this is happening multiple times. This has happened lots and lots and lots of times over this story. It's also weird too, because like, so Shorekeeper said she's known that we've been around for millions of years, and that this Abby has been a part of our frequency for that entire time, or for as long as she's known it. And now all of a sudden it's getting weaker.
見えるかい？会えて嬉しいよ。未来の私。この記録にたどり着いたということは、あなたはすでにブラックショアの基盤にある
Also does
デー
beg
タ
the
以上
question
を
of why we
解
have to
決
lose
し、
our memories just to find the
ショア
solution
キー
for
パー
this.
テティストの今のあなたはブラックショア
Because like
のあら
nothing
ゆ
that
るデー
happened
タ
in
にアクセ
1.0,
スする権
1.1,
限
or
を持っている。
1.3 needed us to
最高
lose our
管理
memories
者。
for us to find a
つ
replacement
まりあ
core.
なたはあなたに関する情報がテティスのデータベースにその情報を
Yeah, I
消
assume they
した
locked
の
it.
は
Oh, I see. She erased it. I assumed she just locked it. She just put like admin restrictions on the records so that anyone who tries to look up us would just not have the permissions to find the records. I didn't think she'd actually erase them.
今そこに立っているあなたはソラリスというこの世界に入り、そして存続を求める文明に触れ、この記録は備忘録、あの存在が目を覚ましたのなら約束通りインペラトルを探すといい。文明に潜むパラドックス、やがて全てを知るあなたはどのアブに関する情報を探していたらこの記録を見つけた。でもテティスシステムの基盤にあるエラーが修復されるまでこの記録はずっと検索不可能な状態にあった。この記録は自分のための道しるべ。インペラトルはリナシータの採取。テティスが提示した解決策、それはリナシータ文明の導き手。インペラトルはリナシータは音階にまつわる技術で世界に名を轟かせる音階の国。そこにはということはリナシータでアブに関する情報を手に入れられるかも。今はちょうどリナシータに行くのに。
Does Abby actually have a physical form? Like, sure, it looks physical, but like, I don't think they've ever shown Abby touch another person. So to imply that it has a physical form is like, I mean, I don't know. Again, like he did pop up like ages ago, so maybe he did, but like he didn't really pop up in 1.1, and he just like floats off of the side of her shoulder. So it's hard to say if he actually like I don't know. I know he popped up at our cafe when we were with Chixia. Did he eat at that point? Was he eating? I don't know if I don't know if they touched him either. So it's hard to say. Like I can't remember if they've ever shown him actually having a physical form, besides just being like non-see-through and floating.
これを持って行って。
But it's also kind of weird because like there are echoes where that also can have physical forms. Like it was a meme ages ago where like you transform into the little turtle and the turtle will dance around and heal. But like the turtle also looks like non-see-through as well. So it's a turtle echo that you can turn into and dance and jam. So it's like why is Abby unique in that he has a physical form when it seems like other echoes can do the exact same thing? So it's one of these things where they bring up a term and they're like, oh yeah, he has a physical form. It's like, did you ever mention that? Like you never mentioned that. You never mentioned that Abby was different. I mean, you mentioned he was different in that he was weird, but you didn't mention specifically, oh my god, I can't believe an Echo that has a physical form? Like, that's unheard of, type thing. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they did mention it in 1.0, or I just forgot.
そこでモンテリファミリーからの誠意としあなた様が黒い心よりお待ちしております。
And like, yeah, and the reason why I nitpick is like, if I didn't like the game, I would just stop. So like, I'm nitpicking because it doesn't make sense, but like, it's fine in the grand scheme of things. Like, does it matter if he has a physical form? I mean, not really. Does it matter that they didn't properly explain it? Not really. It'd be nice if they do. I think they would be better. The story would be better if they could write their story better, obviously. But if they could explain these things, if they could foreshadow the things that they need to foreshadow, rather than just like not foreshadowing anything, and then just being like, oh yeah, by the way, this is a long-standing thing that's been happening for a while. You weren't aware of it because we didn't think of it until just this patch, so we're just going to say, essentially they're retconning it. They're saying, oh yeah, Abby's been getting weaker and weaker. You didn't notice it because, but it was happening. All those patches you were with Abby, yep, he's been getting weaker, but you didn't notice because we didn't write it into those patches.
カルネバーレはリナシータの最も重要で盛大な祭り。その開催期間中、ラグーナの港は入港制限を緩くして多くの観光客を迎え入れる。
Actually, I'll be right back. I need to refresh my water. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Speaking of Sentinels, that was the other thing that didn't make sense for the 20-year, like we left 20 years ago, because Mount Firmament has been in this like time frozen state for definitely more than 20 years. Like it's been ages that they've been in this state, I thought. But like essentially it was frozen to stop the Jinzo dragon from dying, essentially. Which doesn't make actually wait no. Oh, actually no, wait, wait. The time freezing happened relatively recently, I think. I thought it was, or maybe it was later. I don't know. It made it seem like he'd been like dying for a while, but like if he'd been dying for a while, then why weren't we, as its master, helping it at all? So that's why I thought, oh, it'd been like we'd been gone for a while because like we're the dragon's master, but we never visited Jinzo. Like 20 years, no one recognized us at all, and so it's like, but if we were bouncing around, and like that's the thing, is we left Black Shore 20 years ago, but that means in that 20 years we've been running around the world. Like, how does no one recognize us when we pop up with no memory?
ええ、純粋に観光ただ ブラックショアに今週に現れた名式蘇生の兆しに影響され、他の地域の名式もそれに反応
Oh,
し
so there are other countries. And that was, yeah, that was another. This is even more minor nitpick, but it does present an example of how they don't foreshadow, because it feels like they just they don't plan ahead. But when we first met Shorekeeper, she was like, "I will follow you to the ends of the earth, to Huanglong, to Rinascita, and that's it." She's like, "I'll follow you to the ends of the world," and then she just mentions those two countries, the one we started the game in, and then the one we're going to go to in 2.0. And this is a 1.3 patch. It's quest. So, like, that was the crazy thing. Where it's just like, wait, what? Like, this is the time. Like, if you're going to follow us to the ends of the world, then mention a few other countries. Like, mention the countries that we're going to go to after Rinascita, right? Like, where are we going after that? I'll follow you to the end of the world, to Huanglong, to Rinascita, to country B, to country C, to country D, you know? Like, list a few more. The fact that they say, oh, I'll follow you to the ends of the world, which means the entire world, and then only mention two countries, one you've been to and the one that we know is going to happen in 2.0, and that's it? Like, that's the time to foreshadow, right? Like, before Genshin even released, they had a video that showed every single country we're going to, as well as characters from that country. We saw Ian-san in Natland. Like, we knew that Chapter 5 of Genshin would be Natland, and we even saw a splash art of Ian-san during that, right? We saw Ayaka in Inazuma. They said, yeah, Chapter 0 is the prologue of Mondstadt, then Liyue in 1, Inazuma in 2, Sumeru in 3, Fontaine in 4, Natlan in 5, Chesnaya in 6. Hanryo was even mentioned as Chapter 7, and then a mysterious, blurry chapter for the next one. So, like, Genshin, 4 years ago, knew which countries they were going to, and even knew some characters for each country. Like, they showed Dainsleif. I mean, well, Dainsleif did pop up in the 1.x patches, but, like, they showed Dainsleif. They showed all these characters. So it's just like, they clearly knew where their game was going. Whereas this game, like, there's just been so many instances where it's just like, they just don't ever seem to foreshadow. There's not stuff that's happening in previous patches that is going to, like, make sense, or, like, that's going to, like, be impactful later. There's not stuff that happens in patch 1.3 that, like, oh, cool, we put this in there that doesn't make sense now, but it's because it's foreshadowing this thing later. Like, there just haven't been really moments like that. And to be fair, I haven't done Chapter 2, so we'll see. So we'll see how 2.0 goes. Maybe there were some things that happened in there that didn't make sense in 1.3, and because it was foreshadowing some other events. But like the Abby thing, no foreshadowing before 2.0 that Abby was slowly weakening, or not enough points on a graph to make that kind of assumption. It's just like, it just feels like they don't plan ahead. It feels like they don't have a strong idea of where the game is going, and they're just kind of like writing the story patch by patch, which is like without even like a general outline of what's going to happen, which feels bad, because it feels like you know, because one, it makes the story worse, right? Because they're not able to plan ahead and do those big reveals at the end. Like Natlan was great because we've been getting tidbits of the Abyss in Genshin. You know, the Abyss Order, like we've gotten tidbits of the Abyss, we've gotten tidbits of Conria and the curse that they've been happening, and Natlan revealed a bunch of new shit in a big way. We learned more about, you know, with Capitano's reveal, and, you know, fighting off the Abyss. Like, these were big things that had been kind of not really foreshadowed, but like were a culmination of previous information we've learned about the Abyss. And I mean, you know, that's 5.0. This game is only in 2.0, so obviously they can't do big sweeping reveals that they've been building up for years, because this game is too new. But it feels like if they're going to treat each patch-to-patch story content like this, it feels like they'll never have these big reveals because they just don't plan that far ahead. And so I'm hoping 2.0 is the start for them thinking more long-term with their story, so that they can, one, properly explain their story and not have all this shit happen off screen. And like, you know, like the chatter was saying, is that, oh, well, the fact that we found a solution for the Tethys system, well, it's explained in the 2.0 prologue. It's like, okay, but this is something that happened in 1.3, so you should explain what happened in 1.3, like then. Like, why wait till 2.0? Because like 2.0 is, 1.4 happened before 2.0. So that's 6 weeks between 1.3 and 1.4, and then another 6 weeks. That's 12 weeks from that from that story coming out before they finally decide to explain the things that they should have explained 12 weeks earlier. Like, that's not good storytelling. It feels like they're just like, oh shit, we left some plot holes. Let's go back and retcon them and fill the holes that we made back then. Like, it's not good. So I'm hoping they are paying more attention to their story and properly explaining things, showing us if they can, rather than just tell us after the fact. Oh yeah, this is what happened. Trust me, bro. I hope that's how they do it, and I hope that starting from 2.0 onwards, they that they have a better outline of where they want the story to go in the next few years, so that they can stop contradicting themselves with the things that are being revealed. Weren't there only three Threnodians, though? I thought they mentioned there were only three. So, like, a similar reaction to other countries, but, like, yeah, but we beat one, so there should only be two others, so there should only be two other reactions. So having Rinascita be the only exception is not abnormal, since there should only be two others, and once we know where those two are, then every other place should be safe.
その真相を探るためリナシータのでも今ブラックショアはモンテリファミリーに客人として招待されている。今すぐに行くの？トンネルを開けたらあなたの負担が大きくなる。こんなことより。分かった。あなたがそう望むなら。
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I saw something about spectrofrazzle, but I had no clue what it was. It seems like they added it in 2.0.
大丈夫。私はずっとここで。 祈りですか？
いいぜ。
あっち見て。
I do like this. I do like being able to convert on the fly. Wait, what does Spectrofrazzle do? I don't think they told us what it did. They just said that we now have stacks of it. I don't, or now we have new status ailments. But is it just like reducing resistances for that damage type? Oh, I see. It's something like that, probably. Yeah, so it's like a dot. So Havoc, if you get enough stacks, you do Explosion of Havoc. If you get enough thing, speed. Okay, so this is. Okay, yeah. So it just removes a stack to do. So it is a dot. So essentially, when the period for one stack ends, it does damage. So it is a dot essentially.
どうだい？これが俺が手配した船だ。リナシータに行くってなら本当は大型船がいいんだけど、今は各地域で明式の調査をしてる他のメンバーに貸し出し中なんだってさ。でもこいつはこのアールトのとっておきなんだ。どう？目立たないように済ませたいというご要望にぴったりでしょう。まあ小さいけど、これでもラグーナ人は祭司を神と。俺は行かないけど、それじゃ準備できたら声かけてくる。それでは出発しよう。目指すはさあ行くぞ。ギアチェンジ3速、ローンチコントロール。あ、シートベルトの着用は忘れず。
この霧、気味が悪いな。なんか嫌な予感がする。しかも、
私にも見えた。
神より授かった手綱をなくしたとしても、海を渡る剣士は暴れる海を沈める。
Wait, what was that on its tail?
「高波と危機の出会い」、これぞまさに冒険譚の幕開けにふさわしい展開。そうだろう？礼には及ばんさ。霧の濃いこの航路は静かな時の方が稀なんだ。その様子じゃ航海は初めてかい？この海には謎まみれのでかい水星残像がいっぱいいる。さっきのあの怪獣なんかはみんなから海遊のクジラと呼ばれているんだ。でも あいつは本来温厚な性格で、さっきみたいに陸地、それに何やら妙な
Oh,
伝
I
説
see.
を
So the thing on
伝え
his
てい
tail
た。
was like causing him to freak out.
もしかして。
あのでかいやつの周波数から。
おお、この丸いちびっこは音階か。
まず我をちびっこ呼ばわりするな。次に我のどこが。
おっと、これはブラント、この船のキャプテンだ。そして我々は自由を求め巡回劇団をやっている愚者。
Ah, so he's a masked fool. Yes, that's like a masked fool, completely unheard of before. No other game's done that. But obviously, I understand masked fools is as a concept is not like completely crazy. It does have a lot of history in references.
どうか比例を詫びさせてくれ。はるばるやってきたお二人さん、名前を伺ってもよろしいかな。
むちゃくちゃなこと言うんじゃない。我はアブで、こいつは漂白者だ。
漂白者とアブ、承知した。皆の衆、新たな友達、愚者の劇団へようこそ。
これみんな音階なのか。賑やかだな。こんなの初めて。
なかなかそうだとも。リナシータ最大の行事には連日には、そしてカルネバーレのクライマックスでは。
And they did mention that like Rinascita has been affected less by all this stuff, but I think it is a little weird that like they keep talking about how these laments are such horrible things, and we see that in like Huanglong how like completely fucked that entire environment is. And sure, like the place where the Threnodian appeared, yeah, of course, it's not surprising to see that area being completely fucked up. Then we also have like the city port. Like there's a bit basically the entire world around Jinzhou looks like a post-apocalyptic world where like everything's fucked up except the mine. The mine was relatively fine, and I guess the other port. Like there are some parts that look like, oh cool, civilization wasn't completely destroyed, but like so many other parts where it's like, oh looks like lots of stuff got fucked up. And then we come to here, and they're like, "Yeah, everything's nice." Like, yeah, you're dealing with a post-apocalyptic scenario where humanity is being destroyed by laments. Our country's completely fine, no problems whatsoever. I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's like, it's weird. Like, if this is something, because like they literally said that these laments destroy 80% of all buildings and half the world's population. And so if this place doesn't have some ruined, destroyed areas, then it's just like, oh, okay, so 80% of the world's buildings were destroyed, and I guess that 20% was all in your country, perhaps?
うちの劇団にも冠を授かった者がいる。
なるほど。月桂冠を手に入れれば。
なあ、もちろんさ。10年ぶり、たとえ神がいなくとも、愚者の劇団はあの街に歓喜にあふれた自由の風を吹き込む。おう、霧が来る。
霧？海からに。
友よ、気をつけたまえ。自然発生する天気ではなく、この海を徘徊する海色。でも心配はいらない。さあ、皆の衆、気合の見せ所だ。舞台の幕が降りるにはまだ。
世に任せよ。
Oh, great. Awesome. So that guy was wrong. There are enemies that do explode on death. I think explode on death is such a really annoying phenomenon that is never implemented well, because it's just annoying.
の先へ。いでよ。天正異論。
Can I like jump off?
ありがとう我が友よ。
どっからどう見たら秘蔵に見えるんだよ。でもなんか変わった周波数の匂いがするな。
このスーツケースは副キャプテンの休憩室だ。ロココ、チャオ。
こんにちは。
うちの副キャプテンは人見知りで、いやいやこのコイン、これは彼女のお気に入り。もしかして
I mean, I guess if she's small enough, it wouldn't be that uncomfortable in
親しみ
there.
を感じているのかい？
こんにちは。こいつ挨拶してるぞ。なぜフライドポテトはカモメが何言ってんだお前。
我が友よ、あれこそラグーナへの到着を告げる明けの灯台だ。さあ着いたぞ。ラグーナ城内へ行くのならこの先へ行って恩返の車、ああ、それにこんな目立たない登場では我々愚者の劇団にその時に備え紙吹雪を多めに用意しとけよ。礼には及ばんさ。寝ているのかな？もしかしたらさっきの霧では我々の再会を信じて。ああ、そうだ。機会があればぜひネクターワインを飲んでみてくれ。あれはゴッチェ DDB の友よ。最初に会いたいのであればこっち。ボンビアジオ。
にゃー。あ、そうか。全然。うわー、ここがラグーナ？どうやって
巡礼者たちよ、旅立つ時が来た。採取よ、飛行する船を導くように進むがよい。アンドレア、いや愚者よ、慈悲深き主座はあなたに
敬虔なあなた方の方が旅立つべきなんじゃないのか。
我々が旅立てば誰が迷いし神聖なる巡礼船の前だ。 あなたの無礼を許そう。
遠方からのお客様、疑問に思うか。沈黙。それが今のあなたが取るべき最善の選択です。失礼、自己紹介が遅れました。
Sir Fancy Hats.
私はクリストフォロ。ただの取るに足りない劇作家で、この度は現在多くの困難に満ちた船路を乗り越え、ちょうど巡礼船が出港するという話を聞けます。はい、遠い昔、ラグーナ人の先祖はこの土地に初めて足を踏み入れた時から祭司を敬っていました。そしてかの者たちは祭司への敬意を示し、祭司との交流の儀式としてカルネバーレを始めたのです。ですが祭司インペラトルが民衆の前に姿を現すことは、それでも祭司はそれと巡礼船、もし興味がありましたら。
進みましょう。
やはりあなたは好奇心。ご覧いただいた通りですよ。彼の許可を得た巡礼船のみが敬虔な巡礼者と溢れ出る希望を乗せてアンセムを奏でながら約束の地へと出港できる。疑問に感じているようですね。確かにあの者たちはいささか抵抗的にも見えましたが、愚かなまま迷い死に果てるより義を貫き希望。船に乗った巡礼者たちがたくさんの困難を。しかし魅力的な物語を作るためには予想外の展開が必要です。例えばありったけの金銀、はたまた何も。そうだ、罪を背負う愚者。歌劇としてより観客の心をつかむことができるのはどちらだと思いますか？なるほど。では遠方からのお客様、また。
わかんなくなってきた。あいつなんか謎めいた雰囲気を持ってるな。でも
進みましょう。
I mean, this place looks nice so far.
近道ですね。ここからなら。一目瞭然。
ここは城内へ向かうゴンドラ乗り場です。 城内へ向かわれますか？ええ、ラグーナの船は我々ラグーナ。それでは船。
愚者の劇団の花船を見てすごいって思ったけど、まさかラグーナの船が全て音階だなんて。城内には一体どんな音階がいるのかな？
もしかしたら群れをなすアブトか？
それは嫌だ。我は音階の国でも一番特別な音階でいたい。
はい、大丈夫です。リナシータへようこそ。リナシータに訪れたお客様には検査にご協力いただいております。これは個人用デバイス。リナシータへ個人用デバイスを持ち込むには事前申告が必要です。申告書類の提出をお願いいたします。規定ですのでご理解ください。
申し訳ございません。ですがこれも他の、もしくはどなたかの招待はございますか？
なるほど、モンテリファミリーが招待したお客様でしたか。無礼をお許しください。音階とはすなわち神の使者。教団の洗礼を浴びた個体であれば個人用デバイスに収まる音階も等しく、インペラトゥーのご加護を得られるでしょう。
もちろんです。神の手によって己の内からも他人からも、神はいつだって皆を見捨てず心の内にいます。
福音を伝える者には他者を思いやる気持ちと。フィービー様。
Oh yeah, I think she's going to be in 2.1 patch.
あとは任せてください。高貴なるお客様、ラグーナへようこそ。今はカルネバーレの開催が近いため、教団が入場管理を厳しくして、先ほどは我々の対応に非があったかと思います。ご不快な思いをさせてしまい大変申し訳ございません。お気遣いありがとうございます。ではこの道に沿っていけばすぐ中枢信号塔に着きます。ラグーナ人にとって祭司は崇高なる神様。祭司を信じれば灯台のごとく行く道が照らされることでしょう。我々は祭司と祭司が授ける全てを愛しています。それゆえ音階は愛され、教団と民にとって大事な役割を持つのです。
どうしてずっとしゃっくりしてるの？
うわー、あれって全部音楽。
ラグーナに来られたお客様の
これが音階の国。リナシータの音階はさっきの不愛想なやつみたいにうわあ、どうも、我はアブだ。
はい、私はフィービーです。こんにちは。
人々の生活に馴染ませるため、先ほどの音階はミスターマギアと呼ばれています。特に失礼いたしました。聞かれてもいないのについペラペラと。はい、この信号塔はラグーナ人に起源信号塔と呼ばれています。お客様自身の情報をご登録いただければラグーナの住民と。それではデバイスを
どういう意味だ？救いは起源にのみあるって。
この名文はリナシータの起源に由来するものです。リナシータには悲鳴の災いで故郷を離れた流浪の者たち、彼らはこの起源信号塔の導きと祭司が授け、これがラグーナ人の間で広く伝わる言い伝え。しかしリナシータの本当の起源は分かってはいません。今でも。
じゃあどうやったら祭司に会えるんだ？
お客様は祭司に謁見したいのですか？はい、カルネバールで祭司は月桂冠の奇跡を授け、それを歴史上唯一の神の代弁者祭司と直接話し信託を得ることができる方です。その通りです。フェンリコ様は祭司インペラトルの共鳴。それではもし他に知りたいことがあれば。
次はどこに行く？
まずはお金をもらいに行こう。招待状にアベラルド銀行で参加資金がもらえると書いてあった。
Wait, where's that little island we were on? We had a teleport. Oh, no, it was near the bottom, right? Oh, was it here? No. Where is it? We unlocked the teleport. Or did I? That's odd. Or was it this? Is this the island? And they just took the teleport that was there and moved it here, since we don't need a teleport on that island anymore?
ラグーナについて他に聞きたい。祭司はそして祭司幾千幾祭司の祭司は緑の芝生。我は何がある？ラグーナについて委員会教団。また我々は例えば他にもラグーナでラグーナについて祭司は平和公正。そして祭司は幾千幾万の船を守り祭司の眼光は祭司は決して緑の芝生を歩む。我は何があろうとラグーナについて他に委員会教団。ラグーナを統治している我々の教団です。また我々は例えば他にもラグーナで困ったラグーナについてカルネバーレは合計7。かつてのリナシータ周辺は様々な地域からやってきた人々が自分たちの先祖の物語を分かち合い、人々が外の世界ともう一人の自分を想像し、芸術の種が芽生えていく。毎年春に開催される祭祀の感謝祭は人々のそういった現像を叶える場です。決勝カルネバールの日には街にステージが設置されます。仮面をかぶっていれば誰でも参加できますよ。 テージの上では誰も彼もが変幻自在。みんな自由に楽しく存分に歌うことができます。特に今年は数年ぶりのカルネバーレ、きっと大盛り上がりとなることでしょう。また数々の仮面をお持ちでないラグーナについて、他にここリナシータでは共鳴者で、それは神のご加護を受けた起源信号。ただごく一部の公共を簡単に説明しますと、頭の上にヘイローという輪っかが浮いている音階が教団の音階です。聖職者以外の人の指示には反応しませんのでお気をつけください。ラグーナについてもし他に知りたい。
Oh, cool. So they did increase the cap for this. Yeah, 'cause that was kind of annoying. Is like the cap for these weekly things was like so low, which like really just means it really just doesn't really encourage you to actually cook a lot of stuff because you can't like farm money and be like, cool, I'll just get a bunch of materials and then craft a bunch of shit.
一目瞭然。
Why is there just food randomly here with no one around it?
トラットリアマルゲリータへようこそ。ピザならもうすぐ焼き上がりますちゅ。またお越しくださいちゅ。またお越しくださいちゅ。またお越しくださいちゅ。またお越しくださいちゅ。またお越しくださいちゅ。
Oh, cool. More flight stamina. Nice. Oh, do I auto use the recipes? Oh, okay. I thought I had to like actually find them. That is an improvement from Genshin. Because Genshin, you have to buy the recipe then use it, and it's like if I bought the recipe, just auto learn it. Like I don't need. I don't really want to have to do that.
進みましょう。心地いい風。
先駆条約のグッズはいかがですか？先駆条約グッズ商店へようこそ。今回は何をご所望ですか？先駆条約のグッズはいかがですか？
いらっしゃいませ。実法薬局へようこそ。こんにちは。どんな薬が必要ですか？うちの薬は口当たり抜群ですよ。いらっしゃいませ。実法薬局へようこそ。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけください。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけください。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけください。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけください。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけください。服用の際はくれぐれもお気をつけ。ここからなら。
うまい、安い、新鮮。いろんな食材が揃ってるよ。毎度。毎度。うまい、安い、新鮮。いろん。毎度。毎度。毎度。毎度。毎度。毎度。毎度。
今週の味を知りたい？何を食べたい？私が作ってやるよ。
Jesus Christ, I made like 20 of her dishes. She hadn't made a single special one. Holy fuck. I can't not make a special dish for her if she just does not fucking make it. I've literally made 20. Like every other person is like, yeah, you make 5 and one of them will be it. This is like I made 20 and one of it finally appeared.
うまい、安い、新鮮。毎度。毎度。毎度。
戦とはただの殴り合いじゃない。技術も知恵も問われる最悪のゲームだ。新人よ、少し体を動かさないか。
世に任せよ。いでよ、世の光にひれ伏せ。さあ、流天の先へ。
どこを見ている？
Hey, hello there. How's it going? Oh, really? What's that? And which is your favorite character? Yeah.
一目瞭然。
Alright. Yeah, I'm just doing some exploration in this area. Finally finished up all the quests leading up to it, so now I'm just got here, so I'm going to do a little bit of exploring before I continue with my main story.
"薬屋ローズマリーへようこそ。薬剤の調合ならお任せください。
心地いい風。
What's that shadow from? Oh, there it is.
近道ですね。進みましょう。失礼。
世界はあなたのために開かれる。ここは災いはそういった映像。よかったらきっと。世界はあなたのために開かれる。あえて嬉しい。実は依頼があって、この俺の共鳴能力セルロイド忘れてしまった。ただプライバシーに関わる。お願いだ。できれば中身を見ずに。世界はあなたのために開かれる。世界は
コスチュームと仮面の専門店マスクドレベリーへようこそ。華麗な装いや仮面のご依頼がありましたらぜひお任せを。
進みましょう。ここからなら。一目瞭然。
心地いい風。
名の知れたファミリーが用意した資金、かなり期待できるかも。
そう言われると我も楽しみになってきた。じゃあさ、お金をもらったらお腹いっぱい食べれる店を探しに行こう。もう腹がペコペコ。
心地いい風。
アベラルド銀行へようこそ、ミス漂白者。私はザンニー、当銀行の者です。この度はもう一人お連れ様がいると伺っておりますが。かしこまりました。参加資金の手配はこちらにデバイスを。この銀行のご利用は初めてかと思いますが、お客様は口座登録はメルクリオによる自動操作で行われます。完了までしばらくお待ちください。はい、銀行に設置された音階は全てモンテリファミリーの資産。銀行以外にもお客様を案内するよう仰せつかっています。カルネバーレが開催されるまでの間、最近流行りの雲仙の鱗旅行プランを楽しまれてはいかがでしょうか。まあ、あまりおすすめできるプランではないのですが、短い時間で効率よく全ての観光スポットを一別したいという方向けですからね。いささか急な依頼であったため、スケジュールの作成やお客様のニーズ全てにお応えする時間はありませんでした。満足いただけない点があれば何でもお申し付けください。
これはモンテリファミリーの作法。私はただそれに従うだけ。お客様の資金の振り込みが完了しました。でしたらこの近くのトラットリア・マルゲリータ、申し訳ございません、仕事の連絡が。オークションに出す品が到着した。運送用の音階も手配してある。計画通り進めるんだ。特に23番と56番は外国からの珍しい品物。ロンバルディさんが高価な保険。他の情報は備忘録に書いてある。場所はそれではお客様、食事に行きましょう。お気遣いありがとう。お客様の案内を引き受けて。おっと、失礼。余計なこと。でも仕事を受けた以上。
力を抜いて大丈夫だよ。私は自分のことを。
わかりました。お客様がそう望むのであれば。ありがとう。ずっとあんな調子じゃやってられないからね。改めて
ここからなら。祈りですか？ 近道ですね。心地いい風。近道ですね。トラットリア、マルゲリータへようこそ。いらっしゃいませ。
いや、
キュキュ。でもなんだかご機嫌ですね。今日は
じゃあ校舎で。
キュキュ。ご一緒の方はもしかして。なるほど、確かに。
好きな料理はある？費用は全部モンテリファミリーが負担するから気にしないで。
キュキュ。さあお二人は座っ。キュキュ。ご注文の品です。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
ン君。すっご
こちらがどうもザンニ。でも本当に共鳴者の体に住む音階がいるなんてすごいな。いや、なんだか迷子を探して
リナシータでもやっぱり我は一番特別。
私たちもいただくとしよう。あなたがどうかは知らないけど、ラグーナ人は新鮮な海の幸はこのアペタイザーから食べるのがおすすめだよ。そうだ、アペリティフもある。どうぞ召し上がれ。産地はエグラ、ブナ半島の小ぶりのカシダルで熟成したネクターワインで、遠方からのお客様に。そして私の遠い、
いっぱい食べたら調子。
おそらくカルネバーレのリハーサルだろう。様子を見るに気になるのかい？でも
危ね
魚者よ、我は長らく汝の降臨を待ち望んでいる。我が名はインペラトル。我の助けとなり、
Oh, did she get injured or something?
属性へと戻すのだ。
待て、暴走したダンサーがもう一体いるぞ。いた、そっちだ。おい。
あ、
大丈夫か？おかしい。
Okay, so I bet it's that I bet it's that girl from the Fractus-ish, whatever, the with Scar's organization. I bet it's that girl because I'm pretty sure when they showed her, she also had the spider lily flower around her. That seems to be her symbol, and that seemed to be what it was. It was a red spider lily on the back of its neck. Oh yeah, this thing. But yeah, it's same thing from that girl with the eye patch or the banshees.
いでよ。ルに帰れ。
どこを見ている？
大丈夫か？
何の前触れもない暴走。負傷者が出なかったのは不幸中の幸いといったとこ
ろ。落ち着いてよく考えてみたら、なんか
共感。
テレパシーみたいなもんか？
テレパシー。カルネバーレで祭司が月経感を賜った人と会話するとき、その言葉も直接人の心に届く。これと似たようなものかな。
インペラトルは祭司。じゃあ迷いし者って誰のことだ？それに助けが必要とかどうとか、採取にもできないことってあるのか？わからん。なんか眠くなってきた。
情報を伝える方法はたくさんあるのに、考えられるとすれば他に、それにテティスで見たあのメッセージ、まさかここの採取も核と同じように窮地に陥っている。
Wait, the message left on Tethys was simply just that we should go to the Imperator about Abby. Like, there was nothing to suggest that the Sentinel was in any trouble whatsoever. So this sentence doesn't make sense. Because this sentence would allude that the message we got was a veiled cry for help, and now we realize that now we realize what that message could mean. But from what I remember, the message, I think it was the one Shorekeeper told us, right? And she just said that there's a lot of echoes in Rinascita that are like that, and we should speak to the Imperator. And we had a pact with the Imperator, but like, why would, like, I don't know. It's weird because there's nothing, I can't remember anything from the quest so far that would suggest that message could be a cry for help, or that you could infer from that message that it was a cry for help. So I don't see why she would be saying this now. You could say, maybe the Sentinel is in a similar situation to Jue. Sure, that's fine. But why bring up the message from Tethys when nothing in the Tethys message had it suggested that at all?
Laguna 人のほとんどは公共音階に依存していて、個人カルネバーレの再開を支えてきたのも個人用デバイスを普及させる好機と考えているからだろう。ごめん、ちょっと待って。アルベルトさん。はい。かしこまりました。ごめん、お待たせ。今のはモンテリファミリーのアルベルト。今回の依頼人だ。彼にも音階が突然暴走した。それとモンテリファミリーは全力を挙げて事件の調査に取り組むのでし。そういうことだろう。それに音階の暴走は個人用デバイスを普及させる計画の邪魔となる。その点でも焦っているはず。あともう一つ気になることがある。安心して、余計な質問やクライアントのプライバシーを侵すような真似はしない。仕事と関係のない情報には耳を塞ぐと約束しよう。私が受けた指示はあなたの案内だ。礼をするなら依頼主のファミリーで、これからどう動くでも今はあいつが逃げた大まかな、そこに知り合いがいるんだ。彼の共鳴能力があれば。じゃあ行こう。先駆場。
全知全能の採取を。これは採取のいい忘れるべきではなかった。10年前も節度のない、やはりフェンリコ様に従うべきだったのだ。遠方から来たお客様、10年前のカルネバーレは採取の。
私も覚えている。あの年のカルネバーレでは 恩骸の暴走を始めた。とはいえこれはラグーナ人に意味。
恩骸は神の使者。汚れに染まり暴走。我々は伝統への回帰を望んでいるのに、教団が今年のカルネバーレの開催を言う。神より力を授かったものといえど、人を襲うこと。
要するにあれを。
お客様が恩骸に襲撃された件に
役に立つような情報はないか。ラグーナの恩骸にはこれが採取の神罰じゃないとしたら、もしかすると。ああ、じ
一目瞭然。心地いい風。
なあアントニオ、ここラグーナにおいては強い者が勝つ、違うかい？
ティモティオ
まあいい、そんなことよりも。
あなたたちは？
どうもアントニオス。ご存知だとは思いますが、こちらは漂白者。食事中に暴走したビトルムダンサーに。
あなたが申し訳ございません。はい、どうぞ。カルロッタさんから。その話なら、ラグーナでは恩骸を統括するデバイスを全て教団が管理しています。最初に恩骸を実はごく一部。それに加え、しかしここ数年である変化が訪れました。そこで日に日に増大するニーズに応え、我々モンテリフ、なかなか正当で素敵な事業ですよね。でもこれを始めた当初は、教団への不信だの、採取に対する不敬だの俺に言わせればほとんどがフィサリアファミリーの入れ知恵だと思いますけどね。我々がカルネバーレの再開に力を入れるのも、個人用デバイスを普及させる後期、ここからが本題です。フィサリアがモンテリと協力関係を持つ鉱石採掘業者を脅し、ここ最近連中がよくマーキュリー礼拝堂に通っていると聞きます。ただでさえそのことで焦っていたというのに、カルネバーレが迫る今、恩骸が急に暴れ出したなんて。もしかするとカルネバーレの開催自体だから、俺たちモンテリは必ず恩骸暴走の真相を突き止めてやります。これ以上フィサリアファミリーの好きにはさせませんよ。なんと。ありがとうございます。
受け取った方がいいよ。
はい、どうぞお受け取りください。
今までの情報から判断すると、それに対してフィサリアファミリーはずっと何かし。ああ、
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't get... Oh, wait, no. This is what it looks like. This is when I get all the pages. Oh, does this suggest that there's no... So we can't detect any sentinels, I guess?
世界はあなたのために開かれる。先駆条約へようこそ。ザンニーじゃない。
今日はおしゃべりをしに来たわけじゃない。こちらは先駆条約のフルミーネ。
もしかして新しい友達？はじめまして。俺はフルミーネ。先駆条約ラグーナ支部が運営しているワザリム映像スタジオのコンセプターをしているんだ。あなたのお名前は？なんか聞き覚えが。もしかしてあなたがあの伝説の漂白者？まさかここであの憧れの異国の救世主、世界を貫く黒き来光に出会えるなんて。この瞬間を記録しないと。
そんなに有名だった。
ラグーナは外とのつながりが弱くて情報の流れが遅いからね。
そんなにすごい人だったのか。ちょっと手伝ってもらいたいことがあってね。おそらくこの方角に逃げた。
あれか。知ってるよ。どんな場面だったかというと、どれどれ。ビトルムダンサーの記憶。おー湧いてきた。
これはセルロイド録写という共鳴能力。そしてそのフィルムを再生する。
あった。これを見て。
本当に場外へ出てるのか。困ったな。捜索範囲が広すぎるし。
お前我を何だと思ってるんだ。そんなの。
ごめん。俺は。
いや助かったよ。少なくともフシュシュのように。
そうですね。
なんてこと。
その衣装モンテリファミリー？音階の暴走と関わっているのか。
確かにモンテリファミリーは個人用デバイスを普及させようとしている。
Wait, what are they talking about? I don't know who they were, like, what person they were referring to.
仮面の相談ならナイアーラを訪ね。
一理ある。ただ貴族はプライバシーを大事にしているから何か思いついたな。
どういたしまして。
パフュームとパウダーパレットとジュエリーセットは入荷しましたか？
はい、用意できております。
それでは配達。いえ、すぐに使うので渡してちょうだい。
わかりました。少々お待ちを。コスチュームと仮面の専門店マスクドレベリーへようこそ。仮面も華麗な服も。
The texture on the neck of Carlotta was a little
まさか私
blocky.
そんなに存在感ないの？それとも
I mean, it was super zoomed in. Typically, that's not how you'd be, but
もしかしたら。
ナイアーラ、私には見えてるよ。
もうせっかく可愛いお客さんが来てくれたんだから、もう少し楽しませてよ。それに顔を隠した方が、
客を怖がらせる方が悪趣味だと。気にしないで。彼女はホンブラ・イルーシブという共鳴能力を持っているんだ。こちらは漂白者モンテリファミリーの招待客で、カルネバーレで使う仮面に興味を持っているみたい。
おや、なかなか具体的なご用。当店はほんの少し前にもしカルネバーレがラグーナの人々が見る夢ならば、適切な仮面はその夢の入場券となる。素性の一切が隠されている時、人はその本性を表す。すなわちすでに似たような話を聞いているかもしれません。ラグーナでは仮面をかぶると、その人の魂は自由を得られ、お客様が望んでいるのはこの仮面にお間違いありませんか？
素敵な仮面ですね。でも先週ジルベルト卿もこれとよく似た仮面を受け取っていた気がしますわ。初めて仮面を注文するのであれば、ご自分の特質を反映させたデザインにした方がいいですよ。
よくご存知ですね。
それでは私は
面白い仮面を身につけた人を見かけたから気になって同じのを探していたんだけど、まさ
ピサリアファミリーはリナシータで最も由緒あるファミリー。その先祖は
ファミリーの名誉より自分の利益や好みを優先して行動するようなメンバーが多く、悪名高い輩も歴史に名を残す偉人も輩出している賛否両論のファミリーだ。
彼らは長い間縄張りから出ることがなかったのですが、ジルベルトさんの仮面、何十回も修正が入ってとても大変でした。
確かに彼らの変化は気になる。
お客様がモンテリファミリーに招待されて、カルネバーレに個人用音階を投入するかどうかをめぐってモンテリはフィサリアと対立しています。確か先ほどの騒ぎもモンテリの音階の暴走が原因でしたよね。
どうやらフィサリアファミリーが絡んでいるのは確かなようだね。わかった。フィサリアファミリーの屋敷はマーキュリー礼拝堂の
お礼には及びません。ミス・ザンニーは大切なお客様ですもの。こんな小さな装飾品に陰徳と開花の意味が込められている。とても魅力的ですよね。そう思いませんか？万華鏡のように眩しいこの夢は、コスチュームと仮面の専門店、
一目瞭然。
どうも。マーキュリー。
わかりました。
採取は暴風と高波を沈め、海を行く者たちの命を救った。人々はそう信じている。だから火の灯ったろうそくに囲まれた採取の彫像に皆敬意を払うんだ。信じるかどうかは自由だけど、不敬な言動はなるべく控えた方がいい。
これが採取の彫像？なんか思ってたのと違うな。
Ooh, that was cool. Are we gonna go up the waterfall? Yeah, because it's a creature, so it can actually climb up. That's kind of cool.
ここがフィサリアの屋敷だ。まずは、待て、あそこにいるのは。写真と似ている。まさか、くっついていこう。
Oh, there is a Oh, okay. 'Cause I was too zoomed out to see the teleport. Got it.
心地いい風。一目瞭然。進みましょう。心地いい風。ここからなら。近道ですね。神速果敢、一目瞭然。
Yeah, looks like there's another casket over there, right there. I think it's the fifth one. I think it's the last one of the zone. Oh, there's one more. Okay. Oh, where is the last one then? Like, I'm in the last part of the zone. Unless there's like something over here, or maybe I missed. Let's see. Okay, I need to go in. I can't because I can't teleport back, so I don't want to teleport away and have to get back here.
ここからなら。
ジルベルト、例の件はどうなったかね。
順調ですよ、アレッシオ様。これも花の
注意したまえよ。過ぎた真似をすればいらぬ注目を。
はい、もちろんです。
私の守りはあくまでも一時的なもの。
そのための団結と融合ですよ。こうして信仰が一つになっていくことを神は望んでおる。
親愛なる客人よ、何かご用でしょうか。ジルベルト、彼は敬虔な信徒でよく礼拝に来られる方なのですが、あなたのことは聞いておりますよ。祭司に謁見したいのでしょ。しかしまだカルネバーレの本当の意味をご存知ではないようですね。カルネバーレと祭司の関係についてはすでにご存知でしょう。ではカルネバーレの開催が何年も見送られ、前回のカルネバーレは天まで昇る霧が街を覆い尽くし、勇気にも似た恩害が溢れ出しました。巨竜は方向を上げ、これぞまさに神罰。凶楽にふけ。これは我々の神の代弁者フェンリコシュザでございます。
Oh, okay, so he's like dead or something. Or I was gonna say, like, because he said he was the only one who was able to be a resonator, but they also made it seem like he's been around for a long time.
彼があのカルネバーレの際に立ち上がり、ラグーナの偉大なる歴史は海との闘争と隣人ないしコミュニティのやはり人々は己が我々は道を踏み外した異端を駆逐しなければならない。集団の利益を損なった子に長い間我々はそれに力を注いできました。私が申し上げたいのは、教団のあらゆる行動は慎重に検討されたものであるということ。我々は祭司の意志に基づいて教団による裁きを。何？もう休養ができましたので、耳は虚実を、目は真実を打つ。ですが設備を壊すような行動はお控えくださ
い。よっぽどなことでもあったんだろうね。客人をほったらかしにしてどこかへ行く。あの司祭、あまり誠実な人には見えなかった。ここには隠し通路でもあるの？
ここを自由に見てもいいと言われている。
Oh no, actually he's not there, because yeah, they said he personally saved everybody 10 years ago, so I don't know. We don't really know when he became a resonator, but it's also kind of weird that it took thousands of years for there to be a single resonator.
Hup! 進みましょう。進みましょう。
Wait, that didn't make sense. Because the footprints came here, and then there was a single footprint pointing this way, and then you could see a continuation down there. So what? Why? What?
ここにこんな広い裏庭があるなんて。ジルベルトを探そう。ここは二手に分かれようか。
一目瞭然。あっちか。庭の突き当たり。懺悔室だろうか。調べてみよう。
どうやら道を見つけたみたいね。
Yeah, her. I mean, that's like a spider lily, so I assumed it was her that was providing the flowers, because that's like essentially a symbol for her.
焦らないで。最後に待つ盛大な宴の幕が開こうとしている。
Wait, that was Act 1? Oh, I thought I was still in the prologue.
どうぞお上がりください。今日はどうされたのですか？何について懺悔なさいますか？己が罪を知ったのであれば、同じさせれば、上に行く道もし。
I do like the music, though. I mean, that is kind of one of the good things of the fact that this place is so seemingly untouched by the apocalypse that the rest of the world has experienced, is that the music and the setting will just be prettier and, more pleasant to explore. Because you'll have nice music, nice visuals. Although I am actually a little surprised, though, because, I assumed that the prologue was just going to be that little area. And then we'd start Act 1 and 2. But, the fact that the fact that the prologue is just getting us... I mean, maybe the prologue was just getting us to this island, and then Act 1 was the entirety of this, but, it's a tiny little area, so I'm surprised that they made that. But whatever. Who knows, maybe Act 2... Because I thought there was only 2 acts in this, but maybe there are 3. Is there a point? I heard that there were nightmare ones. Is there a point to doing them? Are they? I heard that they were better. I heard people were they wanted to be able to exchange their normal Thundering Nephises for the Nightmare version, and I didn't know what the difference between them was. So I am curious if it matters. Like, so presumably there's some sort of stat bonus you get for getting the thing for that, but I am curious what it is. But anyway, I'm gonna go see if I can find that one resonance casket I missed. Okay, so it is not here. I thought it might be here because I was like, is it? Could it be here? Maybe it could be. But okay, so it is not here. Where is it then? Wait, witness the end of Carnival. Wait, what? So there has to be Act two and three. Act two, there has to be three acts then, because like it's crazy to think that. What's the Fool's Elysium? Is the Fool's Elysium somewhere else? Do I need to go somewhere else for that? Is that what the problem is? I just don't know what it is. Oh, okay, so that's where I turn in those caskets. Okay.
祈りですか？世が必ずや答えましょう。
Oh, I see. So, unlike literally every other thing in this book, they put one of these island adventures in the water city, not in this city. I think that's a little bullshit. Like then make a separate one. Like make one for the starter area when all of them are in the starter area, and then make one for the rest of the area, right? Do that. It's confusing otherwise. Oh, I see. I can just fast travel straight there. That's kind of cool. Uh, oh yeah, yeah. I want to see it. Oh, I can fast travel here. Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't have to worry too much about that then. I'm gonna look for the resonance casket first. Just get that out of the way. There it is. It has to be that. Yep, yep. It's even. Yeah. So it is over this way, and it's up top. Got it. It's weird. I'm surprised it didn't appear on the minimap when I was over there. Unless maybe it did, and I just wasn't paying attention.
心地いい風。
Oh, it does, but it's hidden behind the fucking gift shop icon. Oh, that is so kind of annoying. It essentially defeats the purpose of even having those icons if you're just gonna hide them behind shit. Like the whole point of them is to help you find them. Now, to be fair, it's fairly visible, and I do like the fact that the load distance for them is very high. So like I was all the way over there on that up there, and I was able to see this one up here. Okay, there we go. So I maxed this region out. Nice. That's what I like doing. I like doing all this exploration content. Like this is actually what I like doing the most. Like in Genshin, the thing I enjoy doing the most is the exploration. I like having the good story as well. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of stuff for this. And that's kind of why I'm like disappointed is that like the more casual content of this game is just not done very well. Like the story isn't done super well. The so it is. I find it a little disappointing. I kind of wish it was a little better. Actually, wait, let's fast travel here just so I can maybe do this. But also, it's up right next to another one of those resonance casket nodes. Oh, oh interesting. I don't know if I this right now. There was. Oh, there it is. I want to essentially activate the map since this free teleport is already super close to it.
心地いい風。
Okay, so I could run this away. I could run south for that. Let's see, where's south? South is this way?
世に任せよ。入れよ。進みましょう。あまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている？剣士、出番よ。
Ah, there it is.
一
Go.
目瞭然。
Oh shit, there's some chests. Whatever. I'll go get all. I'll do all the proper exploration later. This right now, I'm just focusing on trying to get the stuff. I'm trying to think what that means. Blue marker things. Did I get it? Oh no, I see. I got to smack it, then obtain it. I got. Can I like go in there? Is that just like water? Okay, it's like water. Okay. I didn't know if it was like clouds above an emptiness, so I like just fall through it and die. Okay, so I think I'm not anywhere near. Yeah, all the other ones are kind of far away. I need to. Oh, can I fast travel here? Oh my god, I can. The fortunate thing is I can fast travel here, but there's nothing around here. Oh, this one's actually really close to that. It's a node. What the fuck? Where the fuck am I?
一目瞭然。
一目瞭然。
Okay, so if I drain half my stamina just to get to here, I very much doubt there's a way for me to get to here with the remainder of my stamina. So I'm gonna have to touch down.
心地いい風。
That boat.
一目瞭然。
I bet that boat will be it. I bet this boat will take me to that other island. Oh, I get fast travel between these places too. That's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, this looks pretty. I think this is a bad idea to introduce this event. Like, this is something that it was introduced on release for this game, which is bad because essentially it allows people to just bypass all actual progression, and like it kind of ruins exploration because now people can just like get these things way earlier than they should. Like, okay, cool. Like, it brings me into the very top of there. Like something that might actually be somewhat challenging to do. You're just like, nope, Here you go. You can just go that. You can just go straight there. You go to this zone that like you couldn't do before. Well, maybe it's different. Like I guess they did. They did say they added flight, so maybe I don't know what this is. Oh, I can't use it yet. Okay, I guess I gotta actually unlock it. What's the teleport? Let's see. Oh, I see. It's way over there. Jesus Christ. Realistically, this is the better one to get to and go south. But the problem is, this is in a valley, and so I have to get up the hills. I'm curious, is the big arena thing that thing down there? That big question mark thing? But yeah, like it's not a good idea to do that. To put an event that allows you to fast travel, like it's good that you have to have fast travel. Like you have to do fast travel for this type of shit, simply because you need you need to make it relatively convenient for people, and then of course people who haven't even unlocked Rinascita, you need to allow them to do it too. Like no matter what your progress in the game, you should allow any current event to be accessible by any player. But I think the problem is that introducing this event so early means that any people who are actually like playing the game, like if I just started 2.0, like I mean 2.0 came out last week, you know, and here you're introducing all these things that can essentially just bypass the track. Like, look, I've already quote unquote explored, found the terminals for those locations, even though I started here. Normally, I have to travel through all this location to get here, and then travel through here, and then maybe take a boat here. Maybe there's boats along here I can take up here, and like here, I'm like able to do these things. Like, I don't think that's good overall for the game because it just makes exploration too easy. Like, I think it should be more methodical, or I mean, realistically, does it take much time and effort to run from here to there? No, not really. Like, if I was booking it, I'm just like, I'm ignoring everything and just running straight there. Yeah, not a huge thing. But I do think it kind of it takes away a little bit from the sense of exploration you have when you can just do exactly what I'm doing. And the problem is, it's so convenient that people are just going to do it. What is this thing?
花よ守らなきゃ。植物だって生きてるんです。いけますか？私は平気です。どこを見ている？痛めつけてほしい？ザコ、さあ行くわよ。飽きたわ。さようなら。同心。入れよ。流天の先へ。任せてください。よっと。大きくな進化をお見せします。守らなきゃ。日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。どこを見ている？守らなきゃ。やっ。行け。借りは返す。
さあこれで私が諦めるとでも。
兵士、これしき太平を迎えるために方向一戦、はっ、天正移動。
God, that was challenging. I mean, I don't know the fight that well. I think I've only fought him barely at all. So even though he's super low level compared, well, not super low level, but like he's low level compared to me, I should have had an easier time. But oh, shit, no, I didn't want to. Crap.
入れよ。ほっ。世に構うな。
花よ。いけますか。フォトン進化をお見せします。いけますか。
どこを見ている。これで私が諦めるとでも。ご退場願おう。さあ行くわよ。魔剣士閉めるわよ。つまらないわ。
同心。入れよ。やっ。あまたなる光よ。世の光にひれ伏せ。世に構うな。無に帰れ。
任せてください。痛いの飛んでけ。いけますか。
これで私が諦めるとでも。雑魚。これで私が諦めると。
兵士、西に身を寄せ、竜輪の力であまたなる光よ。はっ。やっ。閉ざされたか。
や気をつけましょうね。息分。今チャンス。休眠に入ります。
剣士出番。これで私が飽きたわ。さようなら。服従は弱者の
God damn, what the fuck is with these fucking hits? They're like, they insta-kill me. I take 2 hits and I die. It's fucking bullshit. But I think that's the whole point. I think these things are supposed to be actually challenging. Let me see. So, 65, 70, so, oh no, 80, 90, 100. Holy shit. So it just eases you into it, and then finally at this point you get... I mean, it would like if I made some dodges better. The fact that it changes, it's shit, but it's whatever, right? I just get used to the fight. This is the thing that was introduced in the 1.3 thing. I did the fight once as part of the story. I did the fight once just to clear it, and like that's the only time I fought it. So it's like I just don't know its patterns, which of course sounds like an excuse, which I mean it is, but this is a game where like you actually need to know how the fuck to play. What is that thing?
進みましょう。神速果敢。
世に任せよ。いでよ。虹に身を寄せ。へい。無に帰れ。
Okay, but I think I'll call it there for with that. I have. I think the flying thing is an event that I don't have to do right now. I don't think it's I don't think it's anything anytime soon. But yeah, so I've explored essentially this half of it. This half is going to be a little harder to find, a little harder to get to, simply because these are just so far away from any point. I guess realistically, I could just glide from here to here and then make it there, and then between these two. It's not super hard, but I'm not in a huge rush either way, simply because, like, there's the story. The story's going to take me through more shit, so I'm not going to, break my neck trying to do this stuff. I'm not going to break my back trying to get to areas where, like, the story might even take me later. So, but, let's see. My first impression. Okay, so my first impressions is the game. The new zone looks very pretty. I think it looks very pretty. I think it is weird. As I said before, I think it is weird that the Jinzhou region is completely fucked over. Like, huge swaths of it is just fucked. Or the Huanglong region. Like, this place is completely fucked, but that's obviously where the Threnodian popped up, so yeah, that makes sense. This place is also kind of shit. Mostly rocky and desert area, which is like, okay. So it seems like, the shit that happened here kind of bled over here and kind of ruined the land. This is mostly a fine area, but then, like, this was completely destroyed. This was being overrun by, disease. This has this shit, you know. I guess this was an area that was mostly fine, but, like, there was, like, a lot of shit around here. There was, like, a lot of little bits and pieces where it's like, yeah, this place is kind of fucked. This is a destroyed area, so, like, this mine was not really working anymore. So, like, a lot of little areas where it's like, oh, okay, this place has been fucked over and over again. Mount Firmament was pretty, but it was basically, like, nothing there and also frozen in time. So it's like, shit's happened there. And then we come to Rinascita, where it's like, hey, look, all that, like, death and destruction you've seen, in every other place? Yeah, it's not here at all. This place is completely free of all the shit you've noticed. Like, we've been building up this world as, like, really fucked, constantly being destroyed by laments. 80% of all buildings are destroyed. 50% of the world's population is destroyed, and which is reinforced in the first area. And now we come here where it's like, oh, all that stuff we told you about, like, how the world's kind of getting fucked? Well, this is, like, the one place in the world that's totally fine. And they did mention, like, oh, the Threnodian appearing caused tremors in other locations, but Rinascita was the only one not affected. And it's like, well, that kind of makes sense, because there were only 3 Threnodians, so we beat 1. The other 2, there's only 2, so there's only 2 left, so we'd only expect 2. Unless they meant that it's not just that they're awakening Threnodians, but it might be increasing tacit Discord activity. Okay. If they're not seeing that increase in tacit Discord activity, that'd be one thing. That would be odd, obviously. But generally, okay, so yeah, I need to beat this guy up to tier 3 for a bonus thing. Actually, yeah, that bonus thing would level me up completely. If I go do that, I would instantly get to Union level 60, which then will allow me to do all my... Oh, wait, no, I have to do all this stuff. Okay, never mind. I was thinking something else then. Okay, so yeah, like, I would need to do all these things to get that 15,000 points, which would bump me up to rank 60. But that's not going to happen anytime soon, so it's whatever. So yeah, so like it just kind of is weird that like they make this world seem like it's being really fucked, and then like the 1.3 shit reinforced that because it was like, oh yeah, look, 1.3, here's the Tethys system, the thing that's using like predicting and trying to help the world survive by predicting when and where the laments are going to happen, so to allow people to escape and help humanity survive. Yeah, did you see that? It was knocked out a fatal blow. So I got essentially two taps. Where I could have been like, who knows? Like, regardless, it's like, yeah, it's one hit that just fucking destroyed me. So it's like, god damn, that blows. Where it's like, yeah, you got hit once, you're dead. Sorry, you made one mistake, you lose. I don't like that kind of shit, but whatever. So like they reinforce it, saying like, oh yeah, over the last 10,000 years, there's been 300,000 regional laments and 5 global ones, and then we come to a location where like seemingly none of that happened. So like, and I get it, right? Like, it's a different zone. I do like that it's less apocalyptic because, oh, interesting. But yeah, okay, sir. Oh yeah, because I've collected a few, so it's telling me to. Oh, is this all of them? Anyway, is that it? Yeah, and I'll collect that to work on them some more. Oh, actually, do I have this unlocked now? Oh, those are the coins. Do I need to do the quest? I need to do the quest. Okay, makes sense. So like, yeah, it's just like, oh, this world is totally fucked, and this is our system used to keep us all alive. And what the fuck? Oh, I see. It's a in-game thing. Okay. And so it's just like, it's just kind of weird that we come to a world or come to a zone where it's like, yeah, tons of shit happened in the first zone. How much the world is fucked is reinforced in the second in the patch content with 1.3, and then we come to 2.0 where seemingly none of that is affecting them at all, which is like, what? Like I get there are bastions of place, like the Jinzo City looked very nice and was not affected by it, but like all around it was a lot of shit happening. And maybe it's because maybe this is an island, like maybe once this is done, maybe this Rinascita is just an island in the middle of the ocean. Like, maybe not an island, but a continent in the middle of the ocean, and like in Australia or something like that. So it's like, oh, a lot of the shit happened mostly on the bigger land masses, and so because this is a relatively smaller landmass, it just only it avoided like some of the really harsh shit. Sure, like whatever. And of course, I haven't like been to these areas, so these areas might also have like shitloads of ruins and like these. I mean, these might be ruined buildings as well, because like obviously this is kind of ruined as well. This kind of whatever arch is ruined, so these could be ruins. So it could be and this could all be destroyed. So it could be that, yeah, like this is the main city, and there might be another big city over here, and those are the only two like unaffected cities in this area. And that'd be okay, sure, okay. I guess that does show it. And so yeah, like it just like it starts with. So we'll see. I hope that's the case because I just want the world to be consistent. Like I just want like I don't want the world to be fucked up. Like the sucky thing is about the post-apocalyptic world of Huang Long was that just like the music was so dreary, and it just made exploration feel like less enjoyable. So I'm hoping that the music will be. It doesn't have to be like upbeat or anything like that, but just like a little more interesting, or at least melodic. Uh, I don't know, just or less depressing because like some of like the Port City was just had such a depressing music. Like it's kind of like peaceful and melodic, but it was kind of a somber, depressing tune. So I kind of hope for something just maybe more classic, more of a classical feel to it, without being like unnecessarily somber. But we shall see. But at this point, I'll also be like, so I mean, I did zip around to do all these things, but at this point, I'll probably just focus on the main story to a degree. Like, I'll still go and try to explore all this shit. Interesting. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see. It's those things. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I like that, and I do like the fact that there's a lot of this extra shit. Like, because before it was just like, oh, okay, here's the resonance beacon, here's the caskets, here's the side quest of the area, and here's the treasure. Or actually, this is treasure spots. Actually, yeah, they don't have treasure here. That's weird. Like all the chests, they don't have that. I actually do kind of like that a little bit more. Um, I do like getting the treasure chests, but like the treasure chests themselves are just like a big pile of loot, so you don't need to like incentivize people to go get that. So I do like the fact that they've made the exploration more about like finding the points of interest, really. Um, and they've added a variety of points of interest. Like, oh look, here's a puzzle one. Here's a I guess combat one. Oh no, this is a dodging one. Okay, this is more of a combat one maybe. So they've added a variety of stuff. So I do like that. I like that as a concept. I do not like that the nightmare ones are part of the exploration, because if I can't get 100% without beating that, that means essentially I have to be a really skilled player or like learn this fight really, really, really well to beat it just for exploration. And I don't mind doing them, but I just don't like feeling forced to do them for exploration content, because the exploration content is the casual stuff. So I'd rather not be forced to do non-casual content to 100% my casual content. I don't mind them. I don't mind them, and that's why like I didn't mind the bosses, there's random bosses out in the world for Hong Long, but then they also introduced something similar to this, similar to these nightmares in the 1.3 Black Shores area, and tied chests behind them, which luckily you could do all the other things of the zone and still get 100% without those chests that were locked behind those bosses. So it's like, phew, like I can take my time and just when I feel like it, go back and do them. Or when I feel like I've built my characters well and I've gotten more familiar with their playstyles and more familiar with the enemy types and dodging and all that shit, I can go back and do it again. So, we shall see. But yeah, so far I am optimistic. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic, because there already have been points where it's just like, okay, well, you're already contradicted shit you've already contradicted yourself. But I'm still trying to be more open, and like despite me criticizing and despite me being critical and nitpicking this stuff, it doesn't mean I dislike the game. I just would. It's me just being like, I want the game to be better, and I hope they. Oh hey, they even actually still show this. I want the game to be better. I just want them to do better. I want the game to be interesting. I like the game overall. Generally, I don't like the combat. I don't like the combat style as much. I don't like having to pay attention and be that focused. And it just feels like, because the game revolves around dodging, it's incredibly punishing if you don't do it correctly. And that feels like shit, because you can get like, because not only like maybe getting hit interrupts your combo, but now you're like at half health. So it's like again against this boss, against this not that one, this one, like I took 2 hits and I died. So it's like, wow, that's fucking rough. Like I even got an achievement for losing more than 50% of my health in 1 hit, which obviously means don't get hit. But and it's my own fault for just rushing in. I should have been taking it slower and been more reactionary. And that's kind of how it is that this game is more about taking it slow, observing the enemy, and dodging when appropriate while weaving in your attacks. And I'm just kind of more of a button mashy type, so it's just like I just want to go 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 go. So obviously that's like kind of counter. It's just a one type. It's just the one difficulty. There's no like tiered of it. Anyway, so I'm just like of the one. I'm just kind of like that one. I just want. Okay. I just want this to. I'd like to be able to button mash. Obviously, I can't. This is more about skill. So like, and it's good that they don't. It's good that they're working towards a specific market. They're obviously going for the people who like their combat to be more skill based and or be able to excel with increasing amounts of skill, and that's fine. But I just didn't like how in the early game, one, it just felt like there wasn't much content to do other than the exploration, which I did. I 100%ed the entire previous areas. But like exploration also felt tedious because of how difficult it was to find everything, because of how open the world was and how difficult it was to find some of the chests. You essentially had to use the loot mapper or an interactive map from on the web to find stuff, which makes it less enjoyable because essentially you're just going, okay, I'm here now. I go to this location. Use the loot mapper. Nothing. Okay, let's move 10 feet forward. Loot mapper. Nothing. Okay, move 10 feet forward. Loot mapper. Nothing. Okay, move. It's like that's just not very fun to do. And like that's the most efficient way to do it in the game too. And like that just feels like crap. It's not really like it doesn't really feel like you're exploring, right? Or using the interactive map to do it, which also feels tedious because you're just constantly okay, here, go here, and then you're not really exploring. You're just saying, okay, go to this location, cool. Where is it? Got it. Now move to the next location. So it's not really much exploration. So I do like the ones that are a little more fast and loose. That's why I like the fact that the treasure chests aren't a requirement on these maps. You don't see there's these treasure spots, but they aren't a requirement. They're just like, yeah. I mean, the treasure spots are, but like the treasure chests themselves, just the random free-floating treasure chests out in the world, are not included in this. It seems. So, if I miss a chest or two, it doesn't really matter. As long as I'm doing the major points of interest, that's all that matters. And so I like that. So, obviously I don't know what these points of interest are. I know this is obviously a fight, and this is using your sensor to find shit. So we'll see how fight shakes out. We'll see how the other little random bits and bobs that are in all this stuff, like how those feel. But I am generally positive. I do like this. We'll see how the story goes. It's already been a little contradictory with itself. I don't like that. But the points that they've messed up are not like super important. Like they kind of matter, but mostly it just seems to revolve around them just not understanding when things happening. Like it seems like it's just a lack of communication between their departments, where it's like, oh, whoops, we created this and we forgot to tell you that this is the timeline we decided within that quest, and so the other people like create another timeline and it just doesn't line up, or they like reference things that didn't happen, or either that, because like there was the whole thing where it was like, oh yeah, we've noticed Abby's less active, but it's like Abby's never really been that active at all, ever, from our perspective. Like, sure, Abby popped up when we beat the Thornodian, and then when we were having lunch with Chixia and Yang Yang, sure, it popped up there in 8, and then when we went to 1.3, it popped up once more. But like, I think even then it was just like it popped up once in total. Like, I don't think it appeared more than once in the 1.3 quest line. Maybe it was like 1 or 2 times. And I do know there was one line where we did say, that's weird. They're not like it seems like they're sleeping more often than not. But like, what do we know what that means? Not really. Like, we don't really understand what that means. And only later, when we did this quest, did they mention, oh, his frequency's getting weaker. It's like, oh, I guess that could explain it. But like, the problem is that like, we only got introduced to this character at the end of 1.0. At the very ass end of 1.0 did we get introduced to him. And in 1.1, he had no purpose. Like, he had no... Like, I don't think he appeared at all. Maybe he did pop up once or twice, but like, in 1.1, the story didn't really involve him at all. And 1.3, it didn't really involve him. He like barely appeared. So like, it's a creature that only popped up at the end of 1.0, and in the patch content, he barely appeared as well. So for them to all of a sudden say, "Oh my God, like he's weakening," like, and then like asking us, "Oh, have you noticed that? Like how he's weakening?" And we're like, "Yeah, I've noticed." It's like, no, we haven't. Like, they were never that involved. Like, it'd be one thing, if they were like Paimon, right? Like the second we wake up, they're there, and they've been like like if they were chatting with us the entire time of 1.0, and then after we beat the Throne, after it absorbed a lot of the Thronodian power and chatted with them, then they barely appeared in 1.1 and 1.3, then yeah, sure, we would have something. But like, no, the entire 1.0 thing, he was not there until the very, very end. So it's weird that they just are like essentially gaslighting us into saying, yeah, he's getting weaker because he hasn't been as active as much. But it's like he's as active as he always has been, as in he's barely there ever. So to try to say that like this is somehow unusual is weird. So like there's been a lot of moments like that where they just try to gaslight us and to be like, yeah, here's this thing that's happening. We haven't shown you that it was happening before this. So we're just telling you that this is the case. And it's just like, but there's no evidence in any part of the prior story that showed this. We just, you just have to trust us that yes, this is the case. And they're just pushing ahead with that. So I don't like that. I think it's obviously bad storytelling. Like you really need to set these things up properly rather than just try to force it down our throats, force us to accept it, regardless of any evidence we may or may not see. So like I think that's a problem. I hope that this was it. I hope that they're done doing that crap. I hope that they're just like, okay, got it. Like we'll be more careful. This is just how we wanted. Like we weren't ready in the 1.x patches. We're now there. We're just forcing it through at the 2.0 patch just to get the settings started, and then hopefully from now on they'll try to keep things consistent. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but realistically, I'm actually kind of a little pessimistic because they obviously they continuously make these mistakes, which just makes me concerned whether or not they can keep doing it correctly, or start doing it correctly. Because it could just be that the writers are not good, right? It could be that the writers are not good, or like the overarching story is fine. I think they're fine with the overarching story of things. Like the broad strokes of the 1.0 patch was fine, right? The general overview of what was going on was interesting. The problem is they just implement it poorly. So they're just not able to write they're able to create a good outline for the story, but they just aren't able to actually write the content of the story. And so like the outline is good, and that's able to carry some of the that's why X 7 and 8 I think were so or 7 6 and 7 I think, because 8 was 1.3 I believe. Those acts were fine because they had the whole big Thronodian fight, and like it was mostly about this big epic fight as we're going. And even then, there were some aspects within that Thronodian fight that didn't really make sense. But it was like whatever, right? Like the story progresses onward, we keep going. You give it a little, benefit of the doubt type stuff. But like it's just that they've made so many contradictions within their own setting that it just makes me concerned. Because it ruins, as I said before, like it ruins the immersion. Like you're trying to enjoy the story, you're trying to understand the world, and then when they throw these contradicting elements into it, you're just like, well, shit. Like now I don't know what to believe anymore. Like, should I believe this? Should I believe that? Which is true? And if you've fucked up this, what else have you fucked up and are not saying like what else is like it has been omitted, right? So again, I'm cautiously optimistic. Like I've heard good things about the story. I do like the zones. I like the music. This is still in the city though, so we'll see what the music is like once I get out and about into the real world. But I'm going to go ahead and call it here, and I will be back on tomorrow, maybe to play this some more. Actually, probably, I guess. I guess because like Tuesday night, I will be playing Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail will have its new patch, its 3.0 patch. So I'm really excited about that because Honkai Star Rail actually has a good story. They do keep their. I mean, they keep the story consistent, but it's also it's really silly. So there's a lot of silliness to it, which I like. I like their silliness, and they keep their story is cohesive. They don't do things that contradict each other. They clearly have writers who understand that they need to keep things logically consistent with within the setting of the world, and how to properly foreshadow and foreshadow and explain the things that are going on in the world, especially the new things, which this game seems to have a hard time doing. But anyway. But yeah, so that's what I'll be doing on Tuesday. So I guess tomorrow, since I have that little extra time, I'll probably pop in. I'll probably just try to focus on the story of this. I'm actually surprised this is Act 2 already. This is the start of Act 2. So I was surprised that the prologue was just seemingly getting just to this island, and then the Act 1 was this entire area, which was not much. It was show up, talk to her, activate this, go to the bank, or get in the thing to go to the bank, witness the thing going crazy, look up some clues, and then zip here. Like, if I wasn't like wasting time exploring, you could wrap up Act 1 in like 30 minutes, maybe 45, which is incredibly short, right? Like, it's an incredibly short amount of time for one act of this. And I really, really hope that that was the shortest act that they have, and Acts 2 and 3 will be much longer. Because it seems like one of the achievements, or one of the trophies, was like, oh yes, like the concert ends forever, or like the watch, like see the end of the whatever the big event is. I forget what it was. Concert, something or other. Witness the end of that. So like something big has to happen. So there's probably going to be some big. Actually, I think I did see the dragon too in the like weekly bosses, or some sort of big thing to fight in the weekly bosses. So there's a new weekly boss to do. So we're obviously going to have to fight that at the end of this. So I hope it goes well. I am a little concerned that we only have 2 acts to get to that when we have like so much to explore. Like, we are just popping in here. Like, where's Act 2 going to take us? And then how is Act 3 going to like wrap everything up? So we shall see. I'll work on Act 2 tomorrow. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.